right, welcome if you're online, tuning in to watch the stream. We are live. Thanks for joining us. We are currently awaiting the completion of the on-field riders meeting. Today, our 4th of July session focusing on both a unique sprinters format as well as our normal categories of riders. First thing up will be a co-ed Madison. Then the sprinters will go through their qualifiers, and then we'll go into some great racing this afternoon. Thanks for joining us, and if you choose to celebrate it, happy 4th of July to you. Beautiful afternoon. We're trying to raise a little extra money, and of course our nonprofit always looking for opportunities to bring in a little bit more revenue. So we've got folks here behind the building selling baked goods today. So if you do find the time to come fly down here and check out what's going on in person, we are having a good time with the beverage gardens open and selling some baked goods, trying to raise a little extra money here on the afternoon of the 4th of July. Couple of riders already, we can see from here, there's a couple of teams already ready to get going. I noticed, thanks to the 4th of July theme, one of our Madison teams actually bringing out their Nationals champion jerseys, the Stars and Stripes team. I think Andy Baker and Kelly Darlene, two names that we hear a lot from here in our community, will be teaming up in the co-ed Madison to start this off, so that'll be fun to look forward to. And I do notice also a couple of out-of-towners made their way here. We still have a few holdovers from the junior takeover. Some kids from out of town that made it up here from this past weekend have stayed through to race today. So I know I saw Gavin Newman, Jack Hampson, both hanging out for some extra time, some bonus time here at the track. Take a little bit of time off the mic. We'll be ready to start as soon as this meeting is over. Thanks again for joining us. Couple reminders on track for our locals, reminding our out-of-towners a couple of the oddities of racing here, but of course the general reminder to keep it safe and let's have a good day of racing. And with that, I think we're ready to get this thing started. And with that, I can also welcome our live audience in for the official start of racing, as we're going to bring up the co-ed Madison riders first. Roll out first. Okay, got it. I wish my radio wasn't dead. Cat 4 men competing today need to complete rollout before we can start our first race today. So Cat 4 men, please head on over with your bike for rollout on the home straight. Thanks for joining us either on the online viewership or here in person. Glad to have you as part of our event today. Started this tradition a couple years ago, and it's back by popular demand again. Having fun on a beautiful Monday here, July 4th, celebrating with, of course, our favorite community of athletes in the Seattle area, our friends here at the Velodrome. Racing today should be fun. We've got a co-ed Madison as our first official event. Seven teams registered to compete in that event today. Sprinters are going to be competing in sort of a round-robin mixed format. Just trying to give sprinters a focused and fun opportunity today to compete. We usually do that on Monday nights, by the way. We have our sprint categories on Monday evenings, which we will not be racing tonight, giving folks the chance to head home and enjoy the cookouts and the fireworks from home. Also featuring the Cat 1, 2, 3 men, Cat 4 men, and our open women field. Yes. We will be racing it. Sounds like a split scratch for our first race, the Co-Ed Madison. So that'll be coming up here again in just a moment. While we're getting ready to get started, don't forget the bake sale is going on behind the building here. You can go pick out some baked goods and raise a little extra money for the velodrome. Purchases over there go straight back into supporting the racing and education programs that happen at our fine velodrome. In addition, we've got the beverage garden open. That is, of course, our fantastic beverage sponsors for 2022. Poststock Brewing and Locust Ciders, chilled and ready to serve. We'll have that open throughout the event today as well. And purchases in the beverage garden go back into supporting the velodrome as well. I think I filled the airspace long enough that we're just about set to start. Co-Ed Madison riders, be ready to go. We're going to get this Co-Ed Madison split scratch ready to start in just a moment. All right, Madison riders. We're about ready to start. Madison riders, please be ready. And here they come, our first group to the rail. The Co-Ed Madison about ready to start for the split scratch event. All riders in the Co-Ed Madison to the rail. All right, and the racing is going to be underway here for the riders in the race, getting going. Racers are in. Relief riders holding for a second.
Nobody's like you. You are not normal at all. No. I feel like I want to let down my guard and just fall. 'Cause someone was before you. And someone let me go. It's time I'm
Relief riders away. And we've got our in the field action cam. I believe that's Will Fowler's view. If you're on the stream, you get the GoPro view between the handlebars of one of our juniors out here today. And the whistle signaling the race is underway. The team event, the Co-Ed Madison, 20 laps on the cards. A split scratch format today for this Madison. Means the riders are going to go for 2 sets of points in the race, 1 halfway and 1 at the end. It's 5, 3, 2, and 1 to the lead teams in that order. So 5 points to the lead team, 3 to the second, 2 to the third, and 1 to the fourth. Our riders out here working as teams. So the riders in the same color jerseys are working together and cooperating to get as fast as they can around this track together. Exchanges happen with the handhold, throwing each other in. And this is because this is an open co-ed Madison, we do have a wide range of riders in this group that don't necessarily always compete with each other. So just kind of some fun today on the 4th of July. A lot of our riders enjoy riding the Madison. It's hard to pull these off in a normal race night. So glad to bring this to everybody today. That's Chris Wilson in the green. Team 5 off the front right now. The Lake Hills Montessori team on the move. Here goes the National Colors team. It's 4th of July, so we thought let's invite folks to bring out their national champions jerseys, as Andy Baker's got the colors on for his team right now, trying to chase down the attack of Chris Wilson. Good exchange on the back for the green team, and then you notice as Andy Baker comes in hot, he says, "Stay down. I'm coming over the top of you." He'll catch up to the front and tossing his teammate here. Good luck on the home stretches. He'll throw in Kelly Darlene, the junior national champion, the time trialist specialist over last year. She did a good job of competing and will be back again this year, as I have heard. Darlene's trying to establish a nice early tempo here and break things apart, keep things fast. It'll be Stotts in the green, about ready to connect with her teammate. The Lake Hills Montessori team in corner 1 looking to connect up. Will Fowler, the 90s Madison jersey, he's got kind of that cool retro look to it. Team number 9 is in pursuit on green as well and almost up there. Will tossing in Amar Edwards, partner there, team number 9, trying to keep green team close. As right in front of her is an exchange for our red team. I believe is Team High Mom, if I'm not mistaken. Gotta love the High Mom jersey. Coming on the home straight, our leaders in the national champions colors, seeing 15 laps remaining. Is that what I see? 14. For our leaders, Team 1, the front of the race. Team 5 is the next closest team. Looking for the exchange is the green team, and our red team trying to stay close to where green is on the track. That's Kelly Darlene coming around turn 4 now, just hitting the home straight. Our leader in positioning on the track. Wherever the national jersey is kind of where the race action is occurring. As they catch teams, they'll kind of go into no man's land behind her. Looks like we got our field right over the finish line here. Kenny connecting up with Kelly Please for the toss in out of turn 1. Back over on the home straight, coming around the corner. We've got our leader just now popping onto the home straight. It's Andy Baker's back in, seeing 12 to go. Here's our black team with the toss-in, team number 13. Our first sprint underway. Team 1 in the national colors, catching a few riders mid-sprint. A couple teams getting thrown into the no man's. They will not be scored during the sprint as if they're at the front, even though they've been caught. So our first team for points will be Team 1 for 5. Yellow and black in no man's land, not scoring on this sprint. Your leaders pick up their first 5 in the official lead of the race. Here comes, I think, our second team for points is going to be Kenny Williams, come around the corner if I'm not mistaken, looking for 3 points. 2 for the team We're in number 5, the green squad, and I think Will Fowler finds 1 for his team. One more chance to sprint later on in the race. I believe my call does match the official call as well, so I think I was keeping a good track of what's going on. Oftentimes in these co-ed Madisons, riders that aren't used to each other as much, and again, a mixed field, different categories, riders that aren't necessarily all on the same page in terms of their experience or speed. Things do get kind of broken apart like this, so we have to keep track of especially where the leader is and what teams they're catching, because that kind of keeps us on track about where we are on the lap. Still Andy Baker, number 1 on the front. He's found the yellow team, who's now holding onto the rear wheel. That's the yellow of the Team Broadmark Madison jersey. John Bowie working today to hold on to his speed right now. Baker making the exchange, coming on the home straight. And Bowie snaps onto the wheel there of Darlene. Our field being designated as 33 and 5, so teams 33 and 5, kind of our field. If team 1 can get all the way back around, they'll go up the lap. That'll sort of sort things out. I think our field might have been pulled apart though. So, leader is coming on the home straight. Technically, as we're calling it, Team Yellow in no man's land behind Team 1. All right. With that, because of the shattering of the field, we will say that the front is now the field. Team 1, as they catch, will take teams down a lap. So that puts yellow down a lap, but at least on the wheel now behind Baker and available for points next sprint. So as Team 1 catches, our teams will go down the lap. That'll clarify things up a little bit. Seeing 5 to go as both of those teams going to cross the line. Everybody behind them is behind them on the lap. So a few more laps here before our final sprint in the split scratch. Again, our leaders on points on the home straight now. The riders in the national colors. To clarify, 3 can be on the lead of the lap. They can pull now because they're on this. We've scored it that way. You've been caught. 3 can pull. Team 3 is eligible to pull on the front now, if they wish to do so. Those of you tuning in online, hopefully you're enjoying some of the views and the action down in the field, especially when you get to get a close-up look at those toss-ins. If you're here in person and haven't checked out the stream before, you can still support the Velodrome really easily by pulling out your smart device and heading to velodrome.org/live. Scroll down to the bottom. We've got our YouTube stream linked right there for you, and you can head in there, hit a thumbs up on the video quick, and then subscribe to the channel. If you want to go do us one better, you can hit share and let people know that you're watching some cool racing here at the Velodrome. If they want to tune in, they can watch too. Again, velodrome.org/live to check in on the live stream. and support the velodrome. There's our bell. It's the final lap. 1 to go. Points next time. Team Haimam there has made a big effort to come back up and join in on this next sprint. Down the back straight, it's still our leading team in that national colors jersey. That's Kelly Darlene with the beige rear wheel, leading the 3 teams that'll be getting 5, 3, and 2 in this sprint. Only 1 team behind them eligible for more points. These teams have all gone down a lap. We're at negative points coming into the sprint. But this will be some more for them as now Team Red, Team Haimam for 5 on the final sprint. Broadmark Yellow picks up 3. And the national team picking up 2 more and the win of the race. And I believe that means Team 11, Kelly Please, picks up a point in that final sprint. Sprinters, it is time to get set to go as we're going to be doing a qualifying event for all sprinters. That is starting next. All right, we're going to get started with qualifiers for the sprinters. We don't have a well-ordered list. We just have the registration list, which is not going to make a lot of sense, but that's okay. We'll follow along with it. It'll work. Peter Gilchrist is up first. Stanley Douglas on deck, followed by J.C. Pyle, our first 3 up. We'll want to have at least 2 riders ready at any given moment, so we're just moving through this quickly. Again, that is Peter Gilchrist, Stanley Douglas, J.C. Pyle, our first 3 up, can check into the ready area. That's on the warm-up circle entrance on the home straight side, please. Other sprinters can use the warm-up circle as their ready area, so you can be ready to start from inside of the warm-up circle. After JC, it's Monmeet, then Kevin, Stephen McLaughlin, John Bowie, Andrew Karlberg, Tomko, Eric Waterman, Andrew Martin, Billy Rudnick, Timothy Luther, Alex Siegel, and Amber Tuccio. That's the order as printed that I will just go with. All right, so we're standing by for just a moment as we transition and get set up here The flying 200 meters is a qualifier for the sprint event, so this will help seed our riders into a competitive event based on how fast they race this one coming up. The flying 200 is 2 laps around the track. We time them on the final 200 at their top speed. Checking our timing system, making sure that everything's good to go. A couple of our staff members on the infield just making sure everything's good to go. We don't pull this out for most of our events, so always want to double check, make sure it's working 100%. Calling our first 3 up. We are now ready to go. We'll start again with Peter Gilchrist onto the track now. On deck is Stanley Douglas. JC Pyle to the ready area, followed by Monmeet Ranu. Monmeet is up as well. First rider on track, Peter Gilchrist, number 305 for the Jerry Baker Jr. team. And these riders are, again, setting themselves up for a future sprint event where you go head-to-head with other riders out here on the track for top speed. So the flying 200 meter is meant to sort of set a gauge, get an idea of riders' top speed and power so that we match them up well for the competition coming up later. Nobody's going to be cut from this flying 200 meter qualifier into the sprints. It's just a way to get it seeded and give riders this opportunity to practice this important kind of pre-event to the sprints. Gilchrist wearing a bib number 305, competing on a Friday night race schedule as a Cat 3 competitor. Getting the bell, we'll take the timing this time around, so he'll be the first to show us how this works. He's going to try to utilize as much of the hill as he can to accelerate as he comes down to the flat on the back straight. And then there's a timing strip back there that's going to hopefully activate as he comes down in the sprinter's lane, trying to be pretty low on the track as he goes into turn 3, so he has the shortest lane possible once he's at maximum speed. On track now, Stanley Douglas, 360. JC Pyle is on deck next, followed by Monmeet. Kevin Von Hellebeck is the rider to follow. As I get them, I'll be able to announce times and confirm for the riders and for all of us out there where folks' times are. But again, most importantly, we're just getting this all sorted out for an event later on. We're going to be much more interested, and it'll be really entertaining to watch these sprinters going head-to-head. Stanley Douglas for the Flow Cycling Factory team has got himself on the track and will be our second rider in the qualifier. (12:28) for Gilchrist. 12:28 for Gilchrist. Stanley Douglas in his top speed now. Second rider to set a time today. Coming on track will be JC Pyle. Monmeet apparently not here. Last call for 4:23 is Monmeet. Kevin Von Hellebeck, you're on deck, followed by Stephen McLaughlin. Von Hellebeck and McLaughlin, we'll call both of you to the ready area since we might have missed one. And on track now, JC Pyle. $12,637 for Stanley Douglas. $12,637 for Stanley Douglas. Two good times to start today. You know, floating in the mid-12s. That's a good start for our competitors. You're always looking for, on our big velodrome, getting into the 11s is a good sign. There's the bell for JC Pyle, wearing bib number 418, competes on a Friday night in our Cat 4-men category. Also racing for the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team underneath that category leaders jersey he's wearing right now. And another young rider is whipping around the home straight for his time. JC finishing up. And Kevin Von Hellebeck now taking the track, bib number 424. Stephen McLaughlin is checked in next, followed by John Bowie. 12,625 for JC. 12,625 for JC Pyle. On the warm-up effort right now is Kevin Von Hellebeck, wearing bib number 424 and coming to compete here from all the way from Bothell, Washington. McLaughlin, one of our Portland riders, the Shark, is up next. John Bowie's following him, and then it'll be Andrew Karlberg. One to go for Kevin. Yeah, Galen checking in on the YouTube stream saying, looks tricky to get just the right line for the 200. Yeah, there is a sort of a finesse to finding the right line for just about any track or velodrome you ride at. This velodrome certainly doesn't throw you into position as much as many others since it's such a gentle bank. So finding that optimum line's more on the rider than you might find at a smaller velodrome. Thanks for tuning in on the live stream. Von Hellebeck, 14,629 the time. 14,629 for Von Hellebeck.
There are stains on your photo, little cracks on your rusty frame, stuck in the muddle.
On the track right now, it's the Shark all the way from Portland, right, racing with the Bike Central Barbara Vett team in the black and white. John Bowie is set up ready to start next with Andrew Karlberg checked in behind him. It's Tomko after that. There's the one to go for McLaughlin. And looks like the Shark snuck in early this year for registration to pick up bib number 1. And he is a speedster in this event and in all sprint events, so look forward to see what he sets here for his time on the 200 and how that slots in against the competition. On track comes our next rider, John Bowie, riding for the Liquid Velo team, number 3. Starting next will be Andrew Karlberg, followed by Tomko, and then Waterman. McLaughlin, 11.432. 11.432, a speedy time by our Portland competitor. No surprise. Let's see where the rest of our competition comes in. This is another quick rider, certainly great top speed in our Cat 1-2 field whenever he graces us with his speed and ability. We'll see where he slots in today against what would now be the fast time set by McLaughlin of that 11.4. On his way at the 1-to-go mark. Number 12 is ready to start next as we look at Bowie now diving down into the sprinter's lane on the back straight. Again, the quick time, 11.432, just set a little bit ago by McLaughlin, the last rider. We'll see where John compares. And Karlberg now on track for the Coefficient of Speed team, making the long journey from Edmonds, Washington. Bowie with an 11.101. 11.101 for Bowie, our new quick time so far today. And on the track now will be certainly somebody challenging what was previously the fastest time, 11.4, then Bowie 11.1. Karlberg regularly dipping under that 11-second mark. We'll see where he can put his, see if he can put the speed together today to bring that number down even more. With Tomko on deck next, followed by Eric Waterman, and then Andrew Martin. Bell's ringing for Karlberg at his 1-to-go mark. Enjoying watching our riders today. This is a unique race that we do just on the 4th of July for fun. We'll be racing more later this week. Our main event, Friday night racing. You can check out more about our full schedule on velodrome.org as we watch now one of our big speedsters here at the Velodrome and a mainstay of the sprint events, Andrew Karlberg, finishing up for his time. Here comes our next rider on track. It's number 13, Tomko, followed by Waterman, and then Andrew Martin. He got it? And Andrew Karlberg just set a track record. 10.550. A new record for the Velodrome here on the 4th of July for Mr. Karlberg, the Coefficient of Speed, trying to wear that namesake that he's got on the jersey. How exciting that is. So not every day we get to witness another record being set. Congratulations to Andrew for a great 200. Gets a nice round of applause from the audience here, as that's always a fun thing to watch. Nicely done. Here comes our next rider on track, as that was Tomko wrapping up, number 13 for the Center Cycles team. Dyna Racing sending out Eric Waterman. Andrew Martin, number 30, checking in, followed by Billy Rudnick, and then Timothy Luther will be the next couple riders up. Tomko with a 12.22. 12.22. Galen Keller on the YouTube stream giving out some love for Andrew as well, saying congrats. If you're out there and you drop a comment on the YouTube live, we'll either, if it's something we can shout out, we'll do that. If you're here in person and want to type something, you could do that too. Might as well. Again, you can find the stream if you haven't yet checked it out to support the Velodrome's online presence. You can get there very quickly from velodrome.org/live, where you can also get a button to push to see live results during the race today and to look at our schedule. So convenient little website to visit. On track now, again, this is Eric Waterman wearing the black and pink for the Dyna Racing team. Here's the Andrew Martin now on track number 30. Billy Rudnick, number 32, is checking in next, followed by Timothy Luther and then Alex Siegel. The 12.71, 12.71 for Waterman. Another quick time in as we finish here with, I believe, 5 more competitors to go in our qualifiers. Currently on track, Andrew Martin for the 10-speed hero team is going to be getting the bell. We'll use the times the riders are now putting in for their efforts as a way to seed them appropriately. After the qualifiers are done, we'll bring up our next group, which is going to be the open women for their scratch race. Just 5 more riders to finish. 4 more riders now as Martin comes across the line. Here's Rudnick, number 32, in the blue of the Gene Johnson cycling team, and will be our 4th to last rider. We got Timothy Luther checked in next, followed by Siegel. Then our last competitor will be Bertuccio.
Andrew rode
12.441 for Martin. 12.441 for Andrew Martin. Oh, great. Rudnick getting the bell for 1 to go. $14.274 for Rudnick. A 14.274 for Rudnick. Timothy Luther, another rider coming up from the Portland area competing today, is our 3rd to last rider now. We've got Alex Siegel checked in next, followed by Bertuccio, our final rider. After that, open women for your first race. And there's Timothy Luther coming across the line for his time. Alex Siegel now coming on track. Our second to last rider, Petruccio, will be the final competitor. Timothy Luther with a quick time of 12:025. Knocking at the door of the 11-second timing, a 12:025 for Timothy Luther. Another quick time. Siegel on track in his first lap. Wearing some champions colors. Here's Alex Siegel representing our region at Nationals last year, I believe, picking up some victories here in the sprint event. So here he goes down the back straight to try to slot himself into this competition today. Fashions himself as well as a sprinter, riding usually for the Broadmark Realty team. Today he's got on the red, white, and blue. And there goes number 42 for setting his time. We'll get that shortly. It's Petruccio, our last rider to compete today in the Flying 200s, now on track. (11:072) for Alex Siegel. 11:072, another very quick time for the rider from Broadmark Realty. We do have another competitor that we're going to get in here, so 2 remain now for the Flying 200s. One more will get in here quickly. Petruccio on the back straight in the middle of her effort now. And one last competitor to get out here. And then we got our open women on the sideline ready to start next. (14:372) for Petruccio. 14:372 for Petruccio. This is Diane Snoblin, number 220, in the middle of her warm-up lap of the 2 laps for the event. Here's the bell for 1 to go. All right, and that should wrap things up. Track is open for our open women riders. That is a quick reminder. I know for our out-of-towners, we exit on the back straight on the same finishing lap. It's a big enough track. I think it was a 12.7 for Diane. 12.71 the time for Diane on that final attempt. So, and I said I know I found her data, her numbers here from the open women start list. I know she's also racing this race, so straight into it she goes. That's why she didn't exit. So here we go. Ten-lap scratch race getting underway for the open women, and I guess I've got two preems now as well that I'll be ringing the bell for. Got truffles and coffee, and we got some cookies that I can give out to the leaders on the lap, so some of our baked goods. Going for 10-lap scratch plus the bonus preems. So two preems, two baked good preems. I guess coffee isn't baked goods, but truffles and coffee sounds like a pretty good one to me. If you want to get your hands on some of the baked goods today, we're still running the bake sale out behind us here, raising money for the Velodrome. Some of the goods going out to the riders just to make things fast and fun. Others we're selling to try to raise a little extra money for the nonprofit that operates this place. We depend on the community support to be able to do what we do every week. Whistle sounded and the racing is underway. 10 to go for the open women in this scratch. Nine to go. It's Catherine Wade Easley, number 88, leading the field this time around. Pulls up and out of the way for another rider. Sort of an average tempo here early in this competition. And I got cookies to lead the lap next time. Cookies to lead the lap next time. Cookies to lead the lap. First rider across the line will pick up some delicious cookies to let's add a little bit of speed early in this race. Galen asking for some of the goods to be sent over the live stream. Not quite where we're at yet. I think that we used to joke all about smell-o-vision for all these years. We still can't get the food that easily. You'll have to DoorDash it or something. And there is your winner for the baked goods. Number 9 is Hillary Luther, picks up the first preem. Bit of a split here, forced out from the preem. The front of the field now heading the home straight, seeing 6 to go. Currently under the power of our junior rider, number 10, Danny Scoville. There's our preem winner. Luther pulls up to the right. Alicia Stotts now at the front with that light green helmet for the Fountain Cycling Guild. Right behind her is Snoblin, that last rider from the flying 200 meters.
Hello. Hi, everybody. So we've got Karlberg, who's just set our new track record of 10.550. Can we get a round of applause? So tell the people, how does it feel to have set a new record?
Feels really good. I've been chasing this now, so to be finally able to tick it off, it feels really good to get it done.
That's fantastic. And what kind of training goes into making that happen for you?
Been doing a lot of gym work this off season. I noticed Hans is videoing me as well. So one of his buddies up in BC, Kyle, I've been training with him in the gym, and that's helped really put the watts out at the rail that you need to do that sort of jump.
Fantastic. And is there anybody you'd like to thank for making this happen?
Oh, well, you got to thank my loving and supporting wife, always there. Parents have been with me all the time. Lovely community out here, always people to train with, chat with, have fun with. It's everybody.
And real quick, I got a preem to throw out. It's the coffee and the truffles, coffee and the truffle preem, coffee and the truffle preem. Next time to lead the lap. I'll get back to you, Andrew.
No problem, Corey.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much for giving us a little information about that, and congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. Congrats again to Andrew for setting the record today on our track for the flying 200 meter. And thanks to our production team for getting up in the rider's face and asking some great questions. We've got a preem for truffles and coffee this time around. And it looks like one of our riders here we just watched in the flying 200 meter, Diane Snowbelin, number 220. Will find the preem for the truffles and coffee and pulls up and out of the way and says, that's good enough for me for now. We're just about to end the scratch race, so now it's time to think about the finish. Next time around, the bell's ringing. So we picked up the goodies. Diane sitting up at the blue line, letting someone else do the work in front. And it looks like Bertuccio takes the lead spot temporarily. She pulls up at the blue line as the bell's ringing. It's one to go in the scratch, one to go. And she's off and away again. She's got good positioning. She's going to try to hold on to it from the front of the field, force the rest of the riders to get their way back up there. Next closest rider now is one of our juniors. And the move coming from the middle is Kelly Darlene starting to heat things up as well. Number 1 coming up towards the front, trying to pursue. Diane Snowbelin so far away, though, I'm not sure that she's got enough time to get there. Snowbelin coming around the corner, still at the front, the rider in the white jersey leading out all the way around the track. Nobody's going to catch her today. The scratch will go her way. The sprint's for second behind her. It's Kelly Please and Kelly Darlene. Kelly Please with the second attack. It looks like she'll be able to find it. Darlene holds on for third, and officially I got Catherine Wade Easley fourth and Scoville fifth. The unofficial call. Still a couple riders finishing up before we bring our next group out. There you go. Set to go next, the Cat 1, 2, 3 men's field for their scratch race. Cat 4 men will be up after that. All right, Cat 1, 2, 3 men to the rail for the scratch. I think there's going to be some baked good preems. I don't know what they are yet, but if they are, I'll try to announce it quickly. Might be waiting still on a couple more, it looks like. Warning for 3:33 delay of program. Although also helping with our live timing, but got caught out on this one. He was, yeah, I mean, it's all right. He's doing a lot. Thanks, Will. But be faster next time. But thanks, Will. All right, the whistle signaling the neutral lap. Riders off for a 12-lap scratch out of turn 4 if they're still all together. I don't see any preems, so I don't know if I've got any to offer. I got 2. Okay. I don't know what they are. Truffles. Rice Krispies and truffles. Is that what I heard? Okay. All right. Got chocolate truffles and some Rice Krispie treats. Fantastic. Get another good look from the live stream a moment ago as Will Fowler's back in the action and has got the GoPro in this field, so we'll be able to get down onto the track a few times and see what it looks like in the field. That's rider number 333. And off we go for the scratch. It's another race for the finish line, over 12 laps. First rider to finish across that finish line after the given number of laps is your winner. Bell will ring from the infield at 1 to go. This is the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome. We race several times a week through the summer months. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here today, you're out in the park just enjoying the day because, you know, it's the 4th of July. It's a holiday. Time to go take a walk with the family before you start the grill out and watching the fireworks. Well, don't forget we're here. Later this week, you can come back and check out more racing. My big invite, of course, is Friday night racing every week at 7 o'clock here at the track. We put out some great racing. The food trucks and the beverage garden open up. Most weeks, especially now because of all the cancellations in June thanks to the rain, we've got the kiddie kilos going on where young riders as young as 4 or 5, you've got a bike, push bike, training wheels, whatever, they can come out on the track and race a lap. It's a very welcoming community here at the Velodrome. We'd love to have you come and check it out. Friday night racing every week at 7 o'clock as long as it's not raining. Do check weather before you head your way. And the best place to get updates about whether we are racing or not is to find ourselves on the social medias where you can find us at JB Velodrome, both on Instagram and on Twitter. You can also find our Facebook page. Search for the fan page on Facebook. And finally, the home of everything Velodrome related, of course, velodrome.org, where you can learn more about all the programs, our schedules, our calendars at your leisure from home. On the track right now, we're a couple laps into the scratch race for the Cat 1, 2, 3 men. On a Friday night, we separate the 3s from the 1, 2s as they're usually big enough, just small enough. We decided to toss them all in today, so we've got a pretty good-sized field here, moving quick early on. The Gene Johnson cycling team leading things out right now and stretching this field out in single line as the speed has increased nicely. Everyone's finding a place to tuck in and be a part of the acceleration. John Bowie for the Liquid Velo team, we saw him compete in the sprints as well, so he's double dipping today. He had a quick time there. Andy Baker participating in the Co-Ed Madison, wearing the same colors as he's got on now, is a decorated national champion as well himself. Out here today having fun in the Stars and Stripes. It's a good time to be here at the Velodrome. We're enjoying a beautiful day of racing in a unique July 4th format that we do every year now, where we celebrate the 4th together with our best friends at the track. Why not? We got 2 preems still to go here, a couple baked goods. If you want to purchase a baked good and support the Velodrome, come on behind the building over here. We got cookies and Rice Krispie treats and some strawberry lemonade and all those goodies. And if the adults need something, we got the beverage garden open too. I got the Rice Krispie treats to lead the lap. Rice Krispie treats to lead the lap next time. Some Rice Krispie treats to lead the lap. The beverage garden serving Postock Brewing and Locust Ciders, so beer and cider both pouring. And purchases support the Velodrome here, so pick up a drink quick before you head on out. And thanks to Stanley, our partners out of Seattle, making our low-impact beverage garden. We got the reusable cups in there, so please enjoy a beverage today. Number 37 picking up the Rice Krispie treats. Sam Frigo of the Gene Johnson cycling team. Sam Frigo still at the front as he goes under turn 3 in the Stanley Cup sign over there. Joining a small formation of 3 now. Small but mighty as John Bowie, number 3, finds reinforcements from number 11, Nolan Adams. Sam Frigo, 3 speedsters trying to make it quick for the rest of the field just to hold on to their tempo now. These 3 still pushing away a bit. Nolan going to reset himself as Sam Frigo still wants to do more effort to stay away. Brings with him number 3. These 2 riders establishing themselves nicely here. Snowblin for the Airtech Racing Team, number 314, and that bright green swings up to the right. He's trying to do some work to keep it close out of the field. They're starting to organize nicely more at the front, as now we got Will Fowler, one of the juniors from the Jerry Baker Juniors team, also doing some work to pull and bring this thing closer. Now Chris Wilson takes a turn. The lead looking around the corner, seeing it's 3 to go. I got the Truffles to lead the lap. My bad. Truffles to lead the lap. Truffles to lead the lap. It's a chocolate truffle lap. Chocolate truffle lap. It could be one of the 2 riders already off the front or someone from the field. They're getting close. Is this going to be enough for one of the riders from the field to go bridge the gap? The move's starting to come quickly. It looks like Brando, the Mando from the Found Cycling Guild, wants some chocolate truffles. John Bowie says, okay, go get it. Number 6, taking advantage of the truffle sprint, and he's off and away as the bell's ringing at 1 to go. Number 3 still in striking distance. Here comes number 4 as well. Andy Baker trying to move into position. Couple riders still all right on the back position of Brando, who's trying to hold off. In comes Baker with a nice acceleration down the back straight. He might be able to catch. The Stars and Stripes moving pretty quick here around the corner. Brando's trying to hold on, but Baker's got the acceleration he'll need. It'll be Baker to take the scratch. Russell will come across the line for the second place finish. John Bowie, who's been off the front of this field most of the race, still finds 3rd. Bib number 3. Cat 4 men. Scratch race is coming up. And the track is now open. Let's bring the Cat 4 riders to the rail, please. Cat 4 men to the rail, please. Do I have preems? Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Pie and something chocolate. Chocolate truffles. Okay. All right, our next group is on the track for their neutral. Scratch race going now. Sprint rounds are posted on the live link. You can go to the results through velodrome.org/live to see where you're at, or you can just come over to the TV over by the official stand. We pulled it up there as well. So if you want to come check out the sprint rounds, they are posted on the infield on the TV by the official stand, or you can pull up a smart device at velodrome.org/live. Check it there. The posted groups are not in draw order, so the draw will still have to happen before the start. So we will draw for who has the inside position and the outside position of each of those heats for the sprinters. So just heads up on that. We will be drawing for position as you come over to the start line. Cat 4 men got the start. They're on the back straight now in their first lap of a 9-lap scratch. I don't know what's in it, but we got pie to lead the lap. It's a pie of something. I'm sure it's fantastic. It's pie. It's yummy. It's sweet. It's made by somebody here at the Velodrome. Go win it. Cherry pie. Okay, there we go. Cherry pie, even better. Now we know what it is. More exciting. And there goes the Rider of the Year jersey style here on the back of JC Pyle, who's been doing well here in the Cat 4s. Going to pick up some pie. Number 418 burns a match for that one. Good times. He'll swing back up and let things kind of get back together again as he hits the back straight. He gets some help off the front, decides to keep the tempo moving as Parker Sanford, number 408, joins in on it. Jeff Mendoza, number 457, joins in as well. That's the rider in the gray jersey with the red bike. And now it's time for Team Epic to move along. The East Portland Youth Cycling Team has two riders came up here from the Portland area, and both with incredible results for the junior takeover, kind of finishing their journey here to the Seattle area by competing today before heading back home. Number 452, Jack Hampson, takes the lead spot ahead of his teammate, Gavin Newman. Again, two junior riders looking very smooth and very strong here at this point in the season. And off they go, working collaboratively at this point, feeling that they've got some good endurance to put on the rest of the field. Let's turn friends to enemies over chocolate truffles. How's that sound? Chocolate truffles to the leader of the lap. Chocolate truffle to the leader of the lap. We got the chocolate truffles to the lead of the lap. Hampson, 452, takes that as motivation. Gavin Newman wants to reset and find a wheel. Patrick Sheedy, the next closest rider to Hampson off the front, but it's going to be Hampson as he looks around the corner and sees, yep, I think I got this one. Keeps looking down at the legs to keep it going and churning for another lap. Not slowing down yet. A couple days ago, witnessed him pull off the front of the field just like this and stayed away for several laps to win it. So the solo effort is something that Jack's not going to shy away from. Patrick Sheedy is doing a nice effort trying to get back up here. If he can close that distance down, he might have a wheel to sneak on and force Hampson into a tough situation, helping another rider around the track. Both the preems are out now. It's just to get to the finish and see who wins in our Cat 4 men scratch. Number 452, Hampson, and here's 435. David Magidson. I've been misannouncing it all along. David Magidson catches on, number 435, gets to the wheel, and all of a sudden we've got a two-rider team off the front instead of the solo rider. So good work from Magidson to make that jump. That was a lot of effort to bridge the gap. Thanks for joining us here. I see a good crowd on corner one. Feel free to stick around if you want to support the Velodrome on your way out and pick up some baked goods, Rice Krispie treats, cookies, those things are all over here behind the building I'm announcing from. Bell's ringing. It's one to go. Your two leaders, 435 and 452. 435's got the fresh legs. He catches and he goes. Magidson looking like he's got some good motor here today. Was ready to race on the 4th of July. The Jerry Baker Jr. is represented here. He'll catch one of his teammates as he comes around the corner, but it is going to be the rider with the black rear disc wheel, the black helmet, now hitting the home straight. We'll take the Cat 4 men scratch. Nice. And here comes Jack, our Portland competitor for Team Epic, picking up the second place finish. Track is clear. We can bring out our next groups, which will be the first round of the sprinters. We start with a draw, so come on over with holders and be ready for drawing for position over by the finish line, please. Sprinters, bring holders, and we will draw for position. I will call and announce the first couple of rounds here, or heats, momentarily. All right, heat one, the first round here. We got 9-1-1 versus, I don't know why that's in there. It's 9-1-1. That's fantastic. Versus 32 versus 424. So our three riders already over here. On deck is bib 360 and bib 19. That's Waterman and Douglas in the second heat. Should be ready to go. Still a little ways out, but the third heat is bib 418 versus 220. 14 is JC Pyle, and I believe 220 is Snowballin. All right, off we go for 2 laps in the sprints. You saw the flying 200 meters if you were here for the beginning of our program. Right after that, Madison, our riders set times in the flying 200 meters to set up for competitive sprints. They're going to go through basically a round robin format. So they've already been matched up against riders that are similarly paced for them, so we can have some nice competitive rides. It's 2 laps around the track, and oftentimes in the match sprint, very little reason to go fast early. So riders are taking their time, usually on the first lap, sort of riding the rail, kind of keeping themselves together, not a whole lot of hustle. It's not until after the bell, and once they're into that second lap, that things start to pick up. Yeah, Petruccio wants to take it early, so Ann Petruccio up and out of the saddle will accelerate. Bib number 11 encourages number 32 to go chase down the wheel. It's Billy Rudnick, the rider in the second wheel spot. Kevin Van Hellebeck also allowed to get back up there. The rider in the yellow and orange trying to make a run at it around the right-hand side. This 3-up match sprint. Now the rider in blue for the Gene Johnson cycling team's got a great position and should come out on the home straight ahead, as it'll be Billy Rudnick coming to the line first. Our second heat now to the line. Appears that Eric Waterman is walking to the outside position, and it'll be Stan Douglas on the inside spot. On deck is bib 418 and 220, followed by bib 305 and 13. That's Tomco and Grillcrest, 305 and 13, also getting ready. For the Dyna Racing team in the black and pink on the outside is number 19, Eric Waterman. For Flow Cycling in that blue jersey with the black bike and the black helmet, Stanley Douglas, number 360. And away they go for their 2 laps in this head-to-head matchup. Stan Douglas rides to the front, and he's in a bit of a hurry here as he's looking back and trying to see if Waterman wants to catch on. in the early goings of the lap. There's no rule that says he can't just go for it right away. So he's starting to pick up the pace, and he starts to reset things as we hit the 200-meter line on the far side of the track. It's 400 meters all the way around our big track, so roughly one lap from your high school track that you would have run. Similar distance here. It's a big lap for competitive cycling of this sort. It allows for very gentle corners. A great place to learn the sport. One of the reasons that we put so much emphasis on our juniors. If you missed it, the junior takeover from this last weekend is up to rewatch on our YouTube channel. We had a great time highlighting and focusing on young riders in our community. Down the back straight, Waterman side by side now, both of the riders showing they want to be in that position of power. Eventually, Stan Douglas does go down the sprinter's lane. He takes the short lane first, giving Waterman the benefit of the draft. Waterman now has to do the second effort and try to take back the lead. If he can come around the outside, he's got the advantage of that draft to try to carry him. Ooh, well matched for these two. 3-6-0 will take the first ride. Waterman making a good run at it. He almost had the acceleration needed, just not quite enough time to close down the distance. In the white on the outside position, Diane Snoblin taking the outside lane, number 220. In the lower position there, bib number 418, it's J.C. Pyle. And off they go for their first ride for each of these two competitors, and it'll be J.C. Pyle committed to the front for now. The rider on the inside is, by default, the rider at the front to start the race, unless the other rider takes it from them. Both decided to take this a little bit more of a traditional sprint tempo. Very slow, very patient, utilizing the full width of the track and all this space to play some mind games with each other, and also sort of establishing where and how you want to ride this race, what kind of a posturing you're going to do against your opponent. All these things can start from the rail, or in this case, from the line. JC commanding the middle section and still the front part compared to his competitor, so Diane kind of leaving a little bit of room, lots of lanes for her to take. She could either accelerate over the top when he's looking down or turn left and use the hill to come down the sprinter's lane if he's not paying attention. But the young rider is keeping his eyes on her as much as he can, trying to stay at the blue line and watch over the right shoulder. Her most natural line to get down to the sprinter's lane. He's trying to kind of stay in between it, sort of intersect her and her approach line a little bit. Pretty far ahead of where she's at now. Both riders keeping their similar positions all the way around the track on this first lap as the bell rings. 418 might be coming up a little bit towards the rail. Just a little bit to sort of keep her in position. If he's able to keep his eyes where she's at, he still has the shorter way to the line. Doesn't want to give her too much, though. He goes first. She follows the wheel. She gets the benefit of that draft. So here's where that mind game's coming from. He dives. Too hard. Is that a mechanical? All right. There. And that'll shut that down. Something mechanical with the rear wheel there as JC took the dive down the hill. The bike didn't follow suit. All right. Well, that was almost exciting. All right, we're bringing out our next group. 36 and 30 are our next two riders up. That's going to be Timothy Luther and Andrew Martin are on deck. One holder needed. They're followed by number 3 and number 42, Siegel and Bowie. On deck is going to be Timothy Luther and Andrew Martin. On track now, getting set to go is Tomko on the outside in the blue for the Center Cycles team. Peter Gilchrist, number 305 for the Jerry Baker Juniors, takes the inside lane. Just about ready to start. Patient opening here as the two riders posture side by side. In this round robin format, these riders won't meet up again, so they're one chance to kind of see what it looks like to race head to head against one another. And in this single attempt, it's going to be the junior with that inside position and slightly ahead of his competitor. That's Peter Gilchrist, number 305. Most distinguishing from over here might be the white helmet versus the black helmet of Tomko. Daniel Tomko, the rider in the blue for Center Cycles. Finds himself closer to the rail and sitting pretty close into Peter's position now. Both riders find the high point of the track to play this patiently. Like many of the formats that you see out here, these are replicas of national or even international competitive events for the track. The match sprint tournament format most common. Riders qualify in and then begin to work their way towards the semis, finals, and then eventually those top positions. So riders get a few chances to ride against each other. In today's round robin, a little bit different. Again, we're just giving riders the chance and the fun of racing in a sprint style here today. And the first chance for these two riders to sprint, both being very patient coming out of turn 4, almost coming to a standstill, using the power of that backwards movement on the bike. You can apply a little bit of back pressure on the pedals and keep the thing nearly still. Waiting to see if he can force Tomko to change position. This utilizes some of Peter's muscle power here just to hold the bike back a little bit, but Tomko says, I'm willing to pay the price too. I'll keep behind you. You stay in front. It's a bit of cat and mouse on the home straight. It's as slow as we're going to see them today. Back and forth, left and right, up and down. Leaving a little bit of room now. Tomko says, all right, I see ya. Back into it. After a full lap, we're practically where we started. Coming up into turn 1, the junior moves up towards the rail a bit more, pinching up against Tomko a little bit. This leaves Tomko with a great lane right in front of him, which he looks like he's going to take. And something's going on here with our juniors today. All right, well, we'll see what's going on. There's something in the air today. I'm not sure what's going on here. If the previous riders are ready to restart their race, I think we can get them out there. That was the previous cancellation shut down from mechanical, if they're available. If not, then we should keep moving on to the next group, which would be Martin and Luther. I don't see our other group, so perhaps we should just move on to keep things moving. All right, so we're moving on to this field for now. We got 2 restarts we're going to try to get in. They're going to take a look at the mechanical situation that happened with those riders. Both JC and Peter need to sort things out with their equipment. Well, on the track now, we've got Timothy Luther in the black with the white helmet in the lead spot. Right behind him is Andrew Martin, the 10-speed hero team. He's got the black helmet on, the polka dot jersey. Number 36, the black rider with the white helmet at the front. Dragging things along pretty quick here on the opening lap with Martin just kind of glued onto his wheel, saying, that's fine, we can go through this pretty quickly as long as you're in the lead. Ringing the bell, 1 to go. Good to see it. Adrian out there checking in, giving us a happy 4th. Thanks, Adrian Parker, for tuning into the live stream and dropping the positive vibes. There's sprints underway. Not quite up to full speed as Luther looks like he's trying to wait for Martin to jump him. Not seeing anything around the corner. He says, all right, I guess I'm committed now. Full speed. Both riders up and out of the saddle. Timothy Luther's got very good finishing speed now. Can Martin find enough to overcome onto the home straight? Luther still accelerating nicely. Martin out of the saddle. Oh, Martin on his way, but it's Luther in the head-to-head matchup. If I don't see any of the previous restarters, the next would be Bib 3 and 42, which I believe is Bowie and Siegel. All right, so the restart for is almost ready, I believe, as Peter got his gear reset. Here comes Bowie and Siegel. On deck will be 305 and 13. That'll be the restart for Peter. And Tomko will come up after this. Getting chummy up here against the rail. Number 3 in the black and green is John Bowie. On his left and barely down track from him. Number 42 in the national colors for the Broadmark Realty Capital team, Alex Siegel. Off we go. Again on deck, the restart will go with Gilchrist and Tomko. Unless I hear otherwise from the other junior, I'm not sure if JC is going to be coming back or not. If I don't, okay, so that's a no. All right. So after this will be our final heat of the round. It's going to be McLaughlin and Karlberg. After that, we get back to some of our mass start events. Open women for the elimination to Kieran will follow. Getting the one to go. Number 42 on the inside position still. Keeping good check on Bowie. Basically how they started at the line, taking it all the way around the track just like this. A great matchup in terms of top speed here today. Both riders very capable, and Siegel sort of, again, fashioning himself more of the pure sprinter type, trying to demonstrate that top speed here, as he may have had a slightly faster time in the 200s compared to Bowie. He keeps Bowie high all the way into 3. Now Siegel dumps down to the sprinter's lane. Bowie seems to be losing ground as he can't quite get the draft. Trying one more time here, getting to the line. It will be Siegel with a nice ride, and Bowie coming across the line second. Denying that access. Well ridden for the rider from Broadmark. Here comes our restart for Tomko and Gilchrist. Again, for Center Cycles in the blue along the rail, Daniel Tomko, number 13. He's got number 305, Peter Gilchrist, alongside him for the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team. They'll be their second attempt to race this one. JC Pyle pulls from the event, so that by default gives Van Snobelen the win in the first round of the round robin. And the whistle gets things going. 305 on the inside in the front position. Once again, we'll see if these two want to be dance partners as long as they were the first time around. The track looks like it's already pretty similar to their first matchup. Still Gilchrist in the leading position on the back straight. About a bike behind him. Distance. Tomko now accelerating a little bit, though, up to the right-hand side, going side by side with his competitor. Accelerating a little bit as they hit turn 4. Now a bit of deacceleration and waiting. Looking over the right-hand shoulder as Gilchrist still has that defensive posture in between Tomko and the sprinter's lane, getting the 1-to-go mark. Side by side, nicely picking up pace. Nobody making the jump yet. Gilchrist with the easier line. He'll take the first jump. Tomko will have to get onto the wheel before he gets away. It looks like he's able to get up there pretty quickly. Now Tomko has great advantage in the acceleration, so that's exactly what he's going to try and do as he hits turn 4 and overtake Gilchrist. Able to do so coming out of turn 4. Tomko, number 13, will take the first ride in the round robin. Last heat for the first round. Coming to the line now, Andrew Karlberg in the blue with the red helmet, draws the lane 1. Riding bib number 12. In bib number 1 for the Bike Central Barber team out of Portland is Stephen McLaughlin. All right, for their first ever matchup, head-to-head. Andrew Karlberg for the coefficient of speed in the blue. Number 12 takes on the Shark, our competitor out of Portland. And of course, I jest. These two have matched up many times over the course of the last couple of years, as both are regulars at some of our big events for any sprint tournament we're hosting. Today, setting the record earlier for our track, the fastest time in a flying 200-meter at the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome is Andrew Karlberg's time of a 10.55. So by top speed, certainly, he's set a dominant mark in our record book. So the one to beat, as McLaughlin, savvy, smart, and always quick, will try to figure out a way to best Karlberg here at the track. So a little bit of maneuvering here and then. Okay, he'll take the inside position. He wants the box. He's going to try to force it. He does so from underneath. Talking about the veterancy, the experience, number one knows he's got to do something a little bit different to try to beat Andrew here. So he tries to hold him. He's got the rail position. Karlberg either has to slow down to get behind him or really accelerate the long way. Not allowing him the benefit of the draft. It's going to be just a straight-up sprint for Karlberg. Okay, coming around the corner. It's still Karlberg outside the sprinter's lane, and McLaughlin's trying to hold on. Whoa. Karlberg started letting back into there at the end and wasn't quite enough, but McLaughlin with a very smart move, forcing him into a tough position. Nicely done for our two there. The open women can now come to the rail. Open women competitors to the rail. Elimination down to Kieran. Another one of our fun hybrids. All right, now for a fun one. We've got a combination of two races into one. It's an elimination to start. We're going to be eliminating down our fields down to a field of 6 riders, at which point we're going to be introducing the pacer. They've got an e-bike that's going to help us out on the infield, getting ready to go. They'll join the field as the lead out for a Kieran. So in a Kieran, you have the pacer that leads the group around for 4 laps typically. And at the end, you got that big sprint. So it's an elimination first. Things will slow down and reset with a pacer, and then we turned it into a Kieran to end it. Just had a little bit of fun today, seeing what it's like to combine these two races. First up, though, eliminating the last rider as they come across the line. And that's the whistle saying racing is underway. We will start pulling riders next time around. The last rider across the line gets called. Before I get too busy with the elimination, just a reminder, the beverage garden is open. If you're in here and want to pick up Postdoc Brewing or Locust Ciders, we've got beverages for the adults over here on the other side of the building next to me at the white tent. Behind me, the bake sale's still going. We got baked goods, cookies, chocolates, Rice Krispie treats, that kind of stuff, some strawberry lemonade, all the good things. So all the purchases in the area today or in the velodrome will support our racing programs. It all goes to benefit the community here at the track. First elimination, look down at the bottom, nowhere to go. Number 11 already shaking her head. Number 11, Ann Bertuccio. So again, we're eliminating down to 6 riders. Plenty more riders to eliminate. We started with 15 in the field. So should be 9 laps of elimination as long as everything stays sorted out well enough. 206. Alicia Stotts in the green. 206. Was in the right part of the track, but the top didn't accelerate quite enough to come around the bottom of the field. Most oftentimes in these races, the eliminations come surprisingly for the riders in the short lane as the top tends to accelerate over the top of them, kind of leaving them as the last riders with nowhere to go. A long tail end on this one, though. We've got that bunch group at the front and then a long tail of riders that have to sprint around the edge. See if they have enough. Number 8, Emily Alexander. Laughing across the line as she saw what was happening and coming her way. Alexander caught that time. Still a couple more, several more to eliminate, down to 6 before we start this Kieran. In this field, so she's sitting near the front. Let's see who's at the back. 202. 202 is Bella caught that time. Yeah, so if you're on the stream, again, thanks for tuning in and supporting and watching. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing, and you've already scrolled down and hit that thumbs up button and share the video and subscribe, because if you did all those things, then you're helping out our nonprofit when it comes to sharing and supporting what's happening in this region, all the great cycling and all the great work we're putting in to try to support and share this with the world. Let's see who's coming up to the line now. Number 12 in the green. Number 12 is Allison. Allison Indyke caught that time. 4 more to eliminate to get down to our Kieran field before we reset with the pacer and start the fast finishing race known as the Kieran. We have an early rider off the back, the Volunteer. The field is safe right now. 1 rider off the back, Volunteer. Field is in, everyone's in the field. Official call there is 207. See if she's got the speed to do it one more time here. Five, Heather Nielsen. Number 5, Nielsen. As Edwards does enough. Still Edwards with the longest line to go. The field's starting to accelerate away from her. She may not be able to find enough to hold on to the sprint this time. And it's number 4, Edwards, number 4. This will be our final elimination before the Kieran reset. So last elimination. Scoville with the orange helmet is the one in the farthest back position, but look out for the rider down at the very bottom of this formation is Catherine Wade Easley's down in the sprinter's lane and 2-3 bikes back. Darlene and Scoville, the juniors at the back of this field, have lots of room to accelerate. They just got to get up there now. Gilchrist, Lucy Gilchrist also moving forward. Ooh, number 1, Kelly Darlene. Now the field is going to slow their pace a bit. Slow the pace. We're going to catch out of turn 4, the pacer here. Slow the pace. There we go. Got to pick up the lead bike. Here he comes. All right. There's your lead bike. We're into a Kieran. Grab your position. Well, I guess I didn't realize that this is kind of the only Kieran now we can race that we don't have a predetermined lineup. How exciting. You get to figure it out on your way behind the moto. So now we've got the pace bike out in front. Nobody can cross the rear wheel of that thing. That is the front of the race until it leaves the track in a couple more laps. This gives the riders a chance to catch their breath again, and then this is going to kind of be a drag race setup where it's going to continue to accelerate each time around, help the field come up to speed, and then leave them for a lap and a half at the end of the race to sprint it out between the remaining 6. Joanne Kazanowski tuning in and supporting our women's field. Good to see you. Happy 4th back to you. Our women's field down to this Kieran now. With Diane Snoblin, the rider in the white with the black helmet, making it here. Hillary Luther in the blue is the second wheel rider. Kelly Pleas in the blue with the white helmet, 3rd in the lineup. Behind her is Lucy Gilchrist, number 22. Catherine Wade Easley, number 88. And number 10, Danny Scoville. The bike is cruising now. They are up to a very high speed. Now the question is, are they going to continue to carry this pace or not? At the hit the pursuit line on the back straight, the bike exits. So now the pacer's gone. The race is now up to the women how they want to race it. Snoblin staying on the effort now, the rider in the white. Not backing off. She's brought the field around to the home straight as the bell's ringing. It's 1 to go, and this Kieran after elimination. Danny Scoville's got a good wheel as Catherine Wade Easley's trying to move up. Lucy Gilchrist at the back end trying to reposition herself. At the front, a bit of a fight trying to find some room between Wade Easley and Hillary Luther trying to get their way up and around Snoblin, who still has the lead spot. The rider in white holding on. Drag racing from the front. We saw her power earlier today already. Let's see what she can do from the front. Can anybody challenge? Hillary Luther in the blue trying to hold on to her move from the front, and it's still Diane Snoblin from the front, drag racing this field. A warning to rider 88 for entering the sprinter's lane while occupied. Catherine Wade Easley. An official's warning for entering the sprinter's lane while occupied. And another reminder, I know, for our out-of-towners that are used to smaller tracks to exit after completing a full lap. We exit on the back straight after 200 meters. So the exit on the back straight would be appreciated. Thank you. Next field coming on up. The Cat 1, 2, 3 men sprinting for the rail, it looks like. An elimination to Kieran, so they're going to want to set the front of the field quick as this is an elimination to start. A quick neutral about to come up. All right, the field's going to go down to 7 this time. With 21 starters, that should mean 14 eliminations to get us down to our final group. On the neutral now, and a quick one likely, as this is about to be an elimination quickly. Next time around, we start eliminating. Next lap. All the way at the back of the field is Mr. G, the rider in the black and pinks, trying to get back up there. It's a lot of acceleration at the front of the field, not giving him a lot of time to recover. He's taking the short lane down, now forcing one of the juniors. The rider with that red helmet's got to find a little bit more. Merrick Gallagher trying to hold on. It's 3:28. 3:28. Merrick Gallagher. .317. Colin Stotts. 3:17. So we're mostly watching the back end of this field. Sometimes you get moves like this off the front to reposition and kind of recontrol the race. Gene Johnson's cycling team in the blue. Sam Frigo positioning himself at the back. 3:14 is Airtech Racing. It's found that time Peter Snoblin. Sam Frigo still leading the lap. Let's watch as it looks like Itai Malakoff has got the long distance to go around. Ooh, bumping up a little bit as the field repositioning themselves. It is going to be Malakoff, 3:23 eliminated. Number 323, Malakoff. Several more riders to eliminate. We're going down to a field of 7 for this Kieran. Not a race you would have seen any other time in our race program. The race book doesn't have this pretty much anywhere else except for here. This elimination to Kieran. Give it a try to see how it goes. A neat combination of two of our favorite formats to watch on any given day of racing. 3:13 is Mr. G, Scott Grinsell. Move coming around the right-hand side. Whoa. 3:33, Will Fowler trying to pick people off from the back. Didn't quite make it up in time. 3:33, eliminated. Number 27, Chris Wilson, 27. Heck of a moment this past weekend with Chris as he had a fantastic Friday night as part of our junior takeover. Go back and rewatch if you didn't get to catch the action. Go to the YouTube channel, JB Velodrome, or just search Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome through YouTube, and you can find all past races here over the last couple of years uploaded and ready for you to watch. Whoa. 3:21 as Tyson Danielson was making a heck of a run at it along the rail. Not able to get there. 3:21, eliminated. I believe we have 6 more eliminations left as I count 13 riders remain in the field. 2 of the 10-speed hero riders on the outside. Both look like they'll be safe. 88, Spranger. 88, Joe Spranger. And again, it's the 10-speed hero duo near the back that have the longest way to go. Both able to pick off on Joe that last time. Let's see if they're able to move up again as Andrew Martin has the furthest back spot, but he looks like he'll be safe as he accelerates. Number 17. 17 is Mike Darlene. Riding for the Center Cycles team and wearing the national colors today. 10-speed hero playing the devil together a few times now as they continue to accelerate over the field at the end there. And let's see if they can do it again as they start to make the move out of turn 4 once more. Trying to leave out riders below them and with nowhere to go. 18. Already knew it was coming. Number 18. 18 is Henry Kaiser. 10-speed hero is just doing some work here today. Picking people off. The riders in the polka dot jerseys is Mike Robson now behind his teammate, is the rider the furthest back and the highest position on the track. Andy Baker in sort of a tough spot here, number 4. Couldn't find the place he needed to go. It's number 4, and he knows it. Saw the difficult position he was in. Couldn't quite position out of it in time. A few more to eliminate before the Kieran starts. Sam Frigo still sitting comfortably down there in the front of the field, trying to be a pace setter right next to John Bowie, number 3, and it looks like Brando for the Fountain Cycling Guild, number 6. Sort of setting the front edge of our formation. Number 2 is Kenny Williams. Number 2, Williams. This should be our last rider to pull now as I see a field of 8. 1 more elimination to go. 2 more, my mistake. 2 more to go. I can't count apparently. 2-3, number 23, Carl Hofer. Our last elimination here, and I believe now we are into our Kieran group of 6. Number 6 is Mike Robson, is already slowing off his pace, and we've got our field on the back straight. We'll be meeting the pace bike on the home straight here shortly. Sam Frigo in the blue, number 37. In the pink for Dyna Racing, number 11 is Nolan Adams. Number 3, John Bowie in the black and green, the Liquid Velo team. Andrew Martin for 10-speed hero is the 4th rider in that lineup. Brandon Russell in the green for Fountain Cycling Guild, number 6, and number 41, your last rider in that lineup. Norman Richard makes our field of 6, and the Kieran is now underway. Our lineup is set here. Everybody's kind of fallen into their place. The acceleration from the pacer is pretty big here. Sam Frigo's leaving a little bit of a gap there. A rider for the Gene Johnson team. Starting to pull it back together as the field, a little slow to react at first, now kind of brings it all in. This is a good position for number 3. overall. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do some damage from where he's at in this lineup. All these riders, of course, very capable. This is their last half lap with the moto, so it's about to be the field's race. They're going to get the bell the next time they come across the line. No pacer there. Sam Frigo digging deep, trying to hold on to the pace of the leader, the leading bike, just to get a little bit more speed before it's going to be his race to lead. Hitting the home straight, Sam Frigo looks over his shoulder and sees it's clear to abandon. He'll pull up and out of the way. Number 30, as the bell's ringing, goes as Andrew Martin wants to try to win this thing in a long format, 400 meters. That's a big move for Martin. Down the back straight, it's going to be number 3 starting to reaccelerate things. The rider in the black and the green with a nice second attack. And catching the rear wheel and a big slingshot around the outside. Lots of speed for the rider from Liquid Velo. Bowie to the line will take the win. Brandon Russell, the second rider, number 6, will get the second place finish. 41, your third place finisher. As Norman Richard with a great race as well. The elimination to Kieran will exit on the back straight. All riders will exit on the back straight. Cat 4 men are coming to the rail now. Cat 4 men to the rail. Elimination to Kieran, our final one. After this race, round 2 of the sprints. Round 2 of the sprints coming up after this race. Same format, new group. Cat 4 men going out for the elimination to Kieran. Down to 6 riders for that Kieran field. Eliminations will start after the neutral as long as they're all together to get the whistle out of turn 4. And we'll get this fun race going underway. Round 2 of the sprints is coming up after this. Bib 424, bib 32, bib 11, or 911 I suppose, is going to be that first round, or the first heat, excuse me, in the second round. Cat 4 men rounding the turn. And the whistle signaling the race is underway. The bell's ringing to remind them next time as eliminations will begin. Next time you cross the line, last rider eliminated. Down to 6. Our first elimination coming up here. 455. 455. .418, JC Pyle. 418, Pyle. A lot of the Jerry Baker Jr. squad out here. If you've got a young rider looking to get onto the track, this is a fantastic place to learn how to race a bike at all, whether they want to know more about racing on the road or anywhere. It's a great place to get the fundamentals. Our summer programs for kids still going on. You can get signed up for Camp Velo through the website, velodrome.org, as one way to get started and introduced to the velodrome. 4:57, Mendoza. Already down to 7, which means next time around is our last elimination, then we go to Kieran. One more to eliminate from this field. One of our out-of-towners, Jack Hampson, high on the track, lots of room. He'll accelerate just fine here. Try to leave 2 of the riders from the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team at the back. Which one will it be? 4:42 is Patrick Sheedy, gets the call out. 4:42 eliminated. Six riders together on the back straight. We'll be picking up the pacer here shortly, so slowing down on their speed and getting ready to line up. Not on the sprint right now, unless they're fighting for position, I guess. No eliminations this lap, guys. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. You got the pacer. There we go. You're in a Kieran now. You're in a Kieran. You're in a Kieran. Time to line up. There you go. Our 6 riders get lined up behind the moto as they go onto the back straight. David Magidson takes the front spot. Sprints to the ready area. It is time for the second round. First heat, 4:24, 32, 9:11. Second heat, 3:60 and 2:20. Sprinters to the ready area, please. The infield screen does have the round still up and viewable, so if you don't know the order, the infield screen over by the official stand has it posted and up and viewable, so you can see the order and where you should fall in for the second round. Also posted on the velodrome.org/live link where you can click the results and start lists. Magidson at the front of this lineup. Number 435, 416 for the Center Cycles team is Sam Centuria. Jason Fuller, Parker Stanford, Jack Hampson, and then Gavin Newman. As my goodness, that moto was pulling things apart, and Magidson held on to the pace. That gave him a huge advantage as the rest of the field wasn't able to hold the pacer's acceleration. Magidson rolling well away from the rest of the field. It might be a sprint for second now as Newman sees his teammate by behind him. The 2 of them from Team Epic lining things up. Parker Stanford gets the award for the best cheer squad here today. There you go. We hear you guys. Magidson with an impressive ride. Lots of speed for this youngster. He'll take the win in the elimination to Kieran. Here comes Jack Hampson, our rider from Portland, coming in for second for the East Portland Youth Cycling team. Team Epic, and right behind he's got Gavin Newman for third. All right, those riders will exit, and the sprints are coming up to the line. Round 2, the sprints. Heat 1 coming onto the track now. In the lowest part of track in lane 1, Kevin Van Hellebeck racing number 424 with bib number 11. And Bertuccio takes the middle lane. Billy Rudnick in the blue for the Gene Johnson team is on the outside in this matchup. Kevin Van Hellebeck committed to take the front as he pulls position number 1 out of the hat. So that is where he will start, is leading the field around this matchup of 3. And in the round robin, they will face each other a total of 3 times, these same 3 riders. It was Billy Rudnick, the rider in the blue, to take the first round. Stanley Douglas is pulling for position now against Diane Snobelin. The riders going in the second heat. Heat 3. Third heat should also be getting ready. That's bib 418 and bib 19. 418 and 19. JC Pyle and Eric Waterman. Van Hellebeck given a bit of room here as he runs towards the front. It's Bertuccio watching the back wheel of Billy Rudnick. Kind of giving Rudnick no freedom on the track, trying to really be glued to that rear wheel. Van Hellebeck gets the freedom, however, to kind of maneuver away a bit. We saw who the winner was the first time, so I think that's how Bertuccio's trying to race it, is watch the winner of the first one as closely as she can and see what he does. These match sprints with 3 riders always kind of create some interesting dynamics because you do have to kind of decide who you're going to really be paying attention to. Rudnick attacks over the right-hand side. Bertuccio trying to accelerate enough to hold on to the rear wheel as it's going to be Rudnick starting to pull away again. Rudnick will take the second ride for his group. Douglas is Snowblood now up to the line. On deck is Pyle and Waterman. They're followed by Tomko and Martin for the fourth heat. In the white, wearing bib 220, Diane Snobelin riding along the rail and competing against Stan Douglas, Flow Factory in the blue. Riding at the blue line currently, so giving lots of room to his right-hand side. Good time to hand on over and relocate yourself from the comfort of corner 1 or 2 into the beverage garden, where we are selling and pouring beer and cider from our great partners at Locust Ciders and Poststock Brewing. If you don't know where those are at, actually Poststock is as close as you can get. You just drive out of the park towards Redmond, and they're right there. They're right outside of the park. Thanks to both Locust Ciders and Poststock Brewery for their continuing support of the Velodrome. All purchases in the beverage garden go right back into the programs here at the Velodrome to support racers. Bell's ringing, 1 to go. Snowblood starting to accelerate a little bit along the rail there as Douglas to her left, pinching and keeping her up high, not allowing that lane to the left as long as he can. A classic move for the rider on the inside to sort of match speed just like this as long as you can, and then you get the shortest lane and not enough time for the other rider to re-accelerate and get the benefit of the draft. She still has a shot here as Diane Snowland's starting to accelerate. It's going to be Stan Douglas with enough. Great ride for those two. Number 19 is Eric Waterman, riding for the Dyna Racing team. And in front of him to his left, number 418 for the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team is J.C. Pyle in their first head-to-head match today in this round-robin format. It was a broken axle in the first ride for J.C. Pyle, so that was what caused the hold up there. A significant mechanical issue for sure. Let's come back for more, though, in the second round. On deck, we've got bib number 13, Daniel Tomko, bib 30, Andrew Martin. Following them is number 36, Timothy Luther, and number 305, Peter Gilchrist. Bit of dancing here from our two riders, kind of flying around as Waterman sneaks underneath and in front. JC a little bit surprised, but will take this position now behind him. Both riders occupying the lower part of the track. Waterman trying to keep his eye on where JC is while still staying low. Give it a little bit of running room. Interesting to see both riders so far down to the left so early. Waterman sort of feigning both left and right. Now he gets up to speed. Both riders essentially sprinting at the same time, side by side. That gives Waterman the advantage of the shorter lane. No acceleration benefit for JC, maybe the slightly smaller gearing, but now as they come side by side, Waterman may be able to start climbing back up. Waterman and Pyle, it's close. Pyle takes from the outside in the long lane. And a close matchup for these two. Off we go for another sprint, this time between number 30, Andrew Martin, takes the front spot, number 13, Tomko, the Center Cycles team, in the second spot. On deck, we had Timothy Luther and Peter Gilchrist. Following them is number 42, Alex Siegel. Number 1, Stephen McLaughlin. The final heat will be number 12 and number 3, Karlberg and Bowie. Andrew Martin in the front position, sort of dancing left and right as well, looking over the lower shoulder now to his left, making sure nobody's trying to get down this sprinter's lane without him noticing. Lots of running room. He'll leave it wide open and he'll take it. So as Martin swings high, Tomko takes the advantage to get things started and does so quick enough that now Martin has to make a huge second attempt to get back up. That is a big gap to close. Tomko with a great timed attack, and that might be all there is to it. That's just a huge gap to close down. read it well. The rider for Center Cycles takes the match. Timothy Luther, number 36, lines up close to the rail. Below him, Peter Gilchrist, number 305, getting clipped in. Alex Siegel and Steve McLaughlin are on deck. Bowie and Karlberg will follow. And the double firing of the pistol stops the race. Before anything could go too far, it looks like we have a pulled wheel there for number 36. Next group up, Siegel and McLaughlin to the line, please. Broadmark Realty team in the national colors. Number 42 is Alex Siegel down in lane 1. Lane 2 is the Shark out of Portland for the Bike Central team in the black. Once again, their only chance to match up with each other in this round robin format. Good savvy on the part of both racers today, and a slight advantage to Siegel in the overall time that he set in the 200 meter. Not representative of everything, especially once you get into a real race. Your ability to apply that top speed at the right time, especially the closer the riders get in overall speed and skill, becomes very important. So we'll see how these two play this one out as a pretty patient first lap, as both posture close to one another, keeping eye contact as they hit turn 3. Well, a similar move we saw before as the Portland rider wants to take the inside away. If Siegel wants to turn left to speed up, he's got a long ways to go now. So instead, the first jump will come from the Shark, who's going to get moving down the hill well ahead of Siegel. Now it's going to be Siegel's commitment here to try to close that gap quickly. He's got the top speed advantage. If he can catch, he should be able to slingshot in for the win. He catches quickly. That should be enough. That should do it. The rider for the Broadmark Realty team will take this one. Here comes our restart for the previous heat. We number 36, Tim Luther getting into position. And 305, Peter Gilchrist along the rail in this restart for the group. After this should be our final heat, I believe. It'll be number 12 and number 3, Bowie and Karlberg. After that, we get back into the mass start racing, points racing for the open women. Luther keeping this first lap pretty quick. The rider in black at the front position. Gilchrist matches tempo, comes up to the rear wheel. Matching tempo as they hit the home straight, almost kind of swinging underneath them for a moment. Both riders along the rail. Good speed hitting turn 1. Luther just trying to control the position from the front and not to overcommit too soon. Wanting to see Peter go into his attack first as they hit the middle of the back straight. Luther's now in his full effort with Peter having to try to cover, swing out onto the home straight and come around the outside if he can. Not finding the speed yet. It's still Luther from the front. Luther will hold on. Number 36 takes the match. Our final heat for this round of sprints. Karlberg and Bowie now to the line. The rider in black and green is Bowie for the Liquid Velo team. Coefficient of speed is number 12. Andrew Karlberg in the second spot now. Of course, not to sponsor or support any particular rider in this matchup, but we did witness the track record set earlier by number 12 for the flying 200 meter, our fastest time on the record books. This facility was built in 1975. So in those years, that was the fastest we've yet seen of the Flying 200. So in top speed, usually when I see Andrew lining up, I give it to him from the top speed advantage. So you got to figure out some other way to beat him. Bowie's certainly trying to figure that out right now. He's got the lead spot, and he's just kind of sitting middle of the track, biding his time. Not expecting an early move here from either rider. Bowie kind of playing it defensive and waiting. One to go. The double down, the wraparound, the fake. Okay, so Bowie takes the sprinter's lane. Karlberg alongside. Now it's just a straight sprint as they both get up to Steve down the back straight. And of course the advantage goes to the rider in blue with the red helmet, as this is his specialty. He just needs to keep on his course. He's got the longer line. Won't be enough of a difference maker for Karlberg. Open women's field now coming to the track for the points race. Points racing will be starting here shortly. The riders are in the neutral. Points race is a race where riders go on certain laps to pick up points. So the bell rings from down here to let us know that they're on those sprint laps. Leaders on the next lap pick up 5, 3, 2, and 1. 5 points to the first rider, 3 to the second, 2 to the third, and 1 to the fourth. Double points on the final sprint, so 10, 6, 4, and 2. Riders with the most number of points, of course, will place better. So it's a race of endurance and speed kind of coming together. Several attempts to sprint for points. In this one, it's a 4x5, so 4 sprints separated by 5 laps for a total of 20 laps. Yeah. Scene 20 to go. First bell at 16 to go for the open women. Emily Alexander at the front of the field to open up the race. Early laps aren't worth anything on the points, so our riders getting themselves situated. Plenty of laps to sort this out. So we already kind of seen who some of our stronger riders in this group are from some earlier races today. This will give a different set of skill sets a chance to shine, though. Heather Nielsen, number 5, swings up out of the way, giving room to Catherine Wade-Easley. Weekly competitors here at the Velodrome on Friday nights, if you want to see more of those two. And many of the riders in this field. Friday nights at 7 o'clock, you can come cheer them on every single week through the summer months. We go right up into basically the first week of September. We have a postseason week of racing. Alicia Stotts now at the front. Coming into the first bell lap, no surprise that very strong competitor this weekend in this field is the rider in white, Diane Snobelin, coming to the front as the bell rings, trying to find the first points of the race. Hillary Luther, number 9, right on the wheel, ready to compete for points as well. Number 1 in a good spot to fight for points. Number 6, Kelly Please in the blue with the white helmet, also in a good spot as we get up to speed behind the lead of Snobelin right now, the rider with white with those red socks, just driving the train like she kind of has all day long whenever she comes up to the front. Too strong and too fast to be beaten by most of these competitors today. Hillary Luther starting to find a little bit of speed as they round the corner. Whoa, fighting for the 5. Snobelin for 5, Luther for 3. I think it was Kelly Please 2, and Darlene won unofficially. We'll wait on the confirmation. I believe the call on the mic matches the official record as well, so we'll double down and say Diane Snobelin with 5 in the lead. In second with 3 is Hillary Luther. In third with 2 is Kelly Please. In fourth with 1 is Kelly Darlene. Again, confirming it was Darlene for 1 point in that last sprint. Please for 2. Luther for 3. So your race leader and really the overall winner so far today, number 220 in the white near the front, your early leader in the points race. Your closest competitor so far, number 9, Hillary Luther, another rider coming out of town to mix it up with us here today. She's almost at the front of the field now, number 9 with that turquoise blue. If you're getting a view any point during the race on the live stream, you're getting a good look at it from Kelly Darlene's wheel again. She's got her GoPro going in the front. It's number 1. Bells ringing for points. Next lap. Number 9 at the lead of this one. Hillary Luther will be the first to pick up the pace, and with that move, she brings a couple other riders trying to tuck in behind her. Snobelin, not one to sit in the mix, decides to sprint out in front. So now Diane's off and moving again. Looks like Wade Easley for the Center Cycles team might be moving in to pick up some points behind her. Snobelin for 5. Wade Easley for 3. Kelly Darlene for 2. Danny Scoville 1. We have a warning given to rider number 9, Hillary Luther, a couple laps back from riding up track when there's Diane Snobelin, our leader, with 10 points, number 220. 3 riders with 3 points apiece by my count as Kelly Darlene, Hillary Luther, and Catherine Wade Easley all tied for second place. With 2 points, Kelly Please, and with 1 point, Danny Scoville. Those numbers match the official record. So getting through that halfway point of the race, after that second sprint, it's still Diane Snobel, number 220, our leader, the rider in white. She sits at the front of the field getting ready for the next opportunity to pick up points. 3 riders all tied. We're looking at number 1, Kelly Darlene, number 9, Hillary Luther, and number 88, Catherine Wade Easley, all tied for second. So great race going on for second place right now as the bell's ringing. And 2 other riders within striking distance that have points, both Please and Scoville, both picking up points. They're just right there. They just need to go get a few more in the next couple of sprints. So Snobelin at the front still. Here comes some riders into view. It's almost as if as soon as she sees somebody in her rearview mirror, she accelerates even more. Kelly Please, number 6, is trying to make a move around the far outside edge to get her first big points here. Can she get there for 5? One heck of a sprint. It'll be 5 for Snobelin, 3 for Please, 2 for Darlene, 2 close to call, who got 1 between Scoville and Wade Easley. All right, if I've got my math correct on this side, after the last sprint, Snobelin, easy to keep track of where she's at. She picks up 5 again, putting her to 15. Up behind that now, 2 riders with 5 points apiece. The race for second continues to be great here between Kelly Darlene now and Kelly Please, tied with 5 points apiece in second. Hillary Luther with 3 is tied with Catherine Wade Easley with 3. They're both at 4th place overall. Scoville with 2, sitting alone at 6th place. That matches the official record. So the race for second continues to be really good here. Now we're going to keep our eyes on Kelly Darlene, number 1. Kelly Please, number 6. Their final sprint going to be sorting out who's in second out of the points race. Hillary Luther could still chase that down and make something happen, number 9, as she moves to the front. We know the final sprint's worth double, so this could definitely change things up pretty significantly. Wade Easley as well, number 88 right there, tied for 4th with 3 points. Just 2 points back from second place coming into the final sprint. Your leader on the track and in the points at the front of the field, that's Diane with the total of 15. And as long as she picks up a point in this final sprint, she will be the winner of the race. Bell's ringing for the final lap for the points race, our last lap for racing for the open women's category today. Hillary Luther trying to find the recipe to get second place right behind Snobelin, but she's kind of getting boxed in a little bit. Oh, able to get out. It's Luther finding enough room to move her out. Kelly Darlene trying to get in there, but not fast enough. As Scoville now trying to make a run at it. This for the big 10 points. Oh. Scoville might have found the 10. Not sure about that one. That was very close to call. A little scared there for our overlap occurring at the finish line. Couple riders. I think I can safely say, though, with getting some points in that final sprint, Diane Snoblin, your winner. After that final one, I think might have been Scoville that picked up the big 10. Not sure. Would be good enough if she did to put up her into second place. So I'll wait to see how that turned out a little bit later. You can check the results at velodrome.org/live as they get posted. Again, velodrome.org/live. Near the top, you can pick the button, push the button for the results, and check it out yourself. .30 laps, 6x5 points race. All the same rules apply for the Cat 1, 2, 3 men currently in the neutral. We're going to start out of turn 4 for 30 laps of points racing coming up shortly. Look like our group's all together. Should be starting out of turn 4 here in a second. And the racing underway. Bell at 26 to go for the points race. On track, big move here early on from Chris Wilson. I think we're ready to go meet our winner, though, from the points race for the Open Women. I'm going to send it down over to Chase here to introduce.
Hi there. So we've got Ann Snobelin. She's the winner of not only that last race, the points for the women, but also our elimination, Kieran. So how does it feel to not win but one, but 2 races at once and then a third?
I mean, it feels so good, and coming down to this velodrome from Burnaby, it's my first time on an outdoor track, and it's just been so fun to be here.
That's fantastic. Well, welcome to our amazing outdoor track. Can you give us some kind of insight on your strategy changes from the Kieran to the elimination?
I mean, I'm just here to have fun, so sit in the bunch, cover the moves, just give them a hard time on the sprint.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, and thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause for Diane Snoblin, our multi-winner today for the Open Women's field. Fantastic work. And as we're getting set for the first points, putting back on the laser helmet is Henry Kaiser. zooming away from the field, trying to find the first points of this Cat 1, 2, 3 men points race. Great move for Henry here. He's left the field way in the dust, so the 5 points looks pretty well secured for him. Now, he's going to have a decision to make whether to stay on it or to sit up. The field's starting to respond a bit more behind him. You'll see now that's going to be 3 riders in hot pursuit. Kaiser for 5, Bowie for 3 points, Sam Frigo for 2, and Brandon Russell for 1. Kaiser, our early leader, finds himself swarmed by the chasing riders and is fine getting some reinforcement and resetting himself. Doesn't need to keep going now. He's the early leader as he sits up high, number 18, for the Jay Baker Jr.'s team. John Bowie for Liquid Velo found second across the line for 3 points. It was Sam Frigo for 2, number 37 for Gene Johnson Cycling Team, and in fourth, Brendan Russell of the Found Cycling Guild, number 6. Officials confirm. As we sit up for a moment to reset most of the riders, a good chance for 2 others to sneak away. This is Karl Hofer, number 23, wearing those national colors. The national champion himself, matching up with Chris Wilson of the Found Cycling Guild. These two definitely have an endurance sort of, I would say, advantage over many of the riders in this field. So this kind of maneuver, trying to apply their strength as best they can, especially right after a sprint like that, that's a great time for this sort of attack to formulate. Smart and aggressive riding from these two to make that move when it happened. 3 riders in the pursuit out of the field. They're then chasing him down. Our field being led by number 4, Andy Baker, for a moment. And you can see the split isn't too big between each of these groups just yet. And there's the bell for more points. Our second sprint now underway. Only number 37 got points in the first sprint, so he's looking to pick up some more now in this second effort. Aerotech Racing sends forth Peter Snoblin, the rider in the neon green, 4th wheel now in that lineup, looking to find his first points after making the big jump. Chris Wilson leads things out currently. Ooh, moving up track, wasn't quite ready for that move as some riders are kind of on his wheel, but things turn out okay. Not engaged in the sprint here. Here comes the move from Frigo now. Frigo for 5. Hofer for 3. Snoblin for 2. And Wilson for 1. Your leader right now, Sam Frigo, having picked up points in 2 sprints, has 7. That's number 37 in the blue for Gene Johnson Cycling Team. He's backed himself back up into the field, it looks like, to kind of recover after that impressive effort off the front for 2 sprints early in this race. In second place, Henry Kaiser still with 5. Karl Hofer and John Bowie are tied with 3 points apiece. Good currently for 3rd. Behind them, Peter Snoblin with 2, Brandon Russell with 1, Chris Wilson with 1. Matches the official record. On the home straight, we've got the leaders on position in the race right now. It's Hofer and Snoblin still trying to poke away at this field, just continue to keep the pressure on, forcing them to catch, forcing them to spend this energy. Your race leader, number 37, is in 3rd wheel spot in the field right now. And if you're getting a view on the stream of any action in the race, that's going to be Andy Baker looking back behind him at the field, chasing behind his position. That's rider number 4 down the sprinter's lane with the white helmet. Bell's ringing for points as Karl Hofer sits up and looks around saying who's coming up. Nobody yet, so number 23 resets himself and goes and re-engages in the sprinter's lane. Number 41, Norman Richard, makes a big move at him and overtakes him. This is on the way now for 5 points as he's in a good place to get it. The GoPro rider, number 4, Andy Baker, makes a big move here too. Finds himself overtaking the lead of Hofer. Oh, I think 4 might have snuck in for it. Unofficially, 41 for 3, 6 for 2, and number 3 for 1. Baker is going to go away from the field now. This is just going to be a big move for him. And I'm not sure how long it's going to be before that field catches back on. That was well timed, and he is aggressive in this maneuver. Gotta love this. Number 4. The official call does come through to confirm it's Andy Baker for the 5 points on that last sprint. Baker for 5 over number 41, Norman Richard, for 3. Yeah, it's a good feeling when you're checking on the live stream and see that rear view camera view, and there's nothing there. It's just open track. Not a rider inside as he rounds the corner. They're just now coming onto the same straight as him, so no view of the field from that rear camera. Andy Baker is cruising. After the sprint, it's still Sam Frigo with 7 points in the overall lead. Andy Baker moves into a tie with Kaiser with 5 apiece. They're tied for second. John Bowie's got 4. Norman Richard, Brandon Russell have 3. Karl Hofer has 3. Peter Snoblin with 2. Chris Wilson 1. Everyone else without points. Wow, okay. Race director Amara is throwing in a big prize to lap the field, a whole cake, which I'm sure he's not going to want right after doing it. A cake to lap the field, Andy. Can you do it? Let's get that cake. Points this lap as the bell's ringing. Andy Baker on pace, of course, to pick up the 5. If he can catch the field, he gets more than that. He gets a sugar bomb, too. Field getting the bell. It's 3 points to lead out of the field right now. 3 points to lead out of the field. Nolan Adams, number 11, pulls out of the way for Bowie, who also swings up. Looking at Baker here, who's got plenty of room behind him. He's starting to be closer to the back of the field than they are to the back of him. Watching the field now as the sprint's coming from middle front of the field. The green rider is Brandon Russell for Found Cycling Guild. Sam Frigo comes out of the group. It'll be Brandon Russell for 3, number 41 for 2, and number 37 for 1. Unofficially. Norman Richard for 2, I should say. No surprise that Baker now picks up the lead with 10 points to his name. And this is an easy one to get behind, folks. It's fun to cheer on the solo effort. This is the hardest way to race a bike race, is no brakes, just you got to just go, go, go. Our chase group here is Kaiser with the orange helmet. Number 23 is Karl Hofer. 2 great, strong riders trying to at least close this down a little bit. But as we swing back to check in on our leader, that's a long gap still. He's about 2/3 away around the track to the field. He's on his way. In a moment, he's gonna start seeing the field every time he looks up on the same straight. So that's gonna give him maybe a little bit of encouragement. But this is the hardest part of lapping the field, is this like last third. If you're not close and they start speeding up, it gets hard. Seeing 8 to go, a couple more laps before the bell. for some more points for Baker and the rest. Our pursuing two riders have made some good ground from the field. They're well ahead of the field at this point. Kaiser and Hofer working together very smooth. Very efficient riding from these two. And let's take a look at the field here as Kenny Williams kind of popping his way out, trying to encourage some more movement. We'll see Itai Malikoff, number 323 from the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team, take us into corner one. Still back about almost 300 meters now from Andy Baker, who gets the bell well ahead of anybody else. Number 4 on his way to pick up 5 more. Bell's ringing for Kaiser and Hofer. They'll be sprinting for 3, where they may choose to be pretty cooperative at this point as they're getting more benefit from working together. They may decide to sprint, however, too. That's in their hands. 1 point to the field. 1 point to lead the field. The race leader on the track and in overall points as Andy Baker gets up to 15. Working cooperatively here as Kaiser and Hofer decide to kind of team up, and you notice that they're not working against each other as number 18 will take the 3 points, 23 will take 2. Out of the field, it's Will Fowler, number 333 with the white helmet. Trying to get away from the rest of this field, picks up 1 in the effort. Your race leader, Andy Baker, with 15. Kaiser in second now with 8 in a tie with Sam Frigo. Both riders at 8 points. Brandon Russell's got 6. That's currently good for 4th. Norman Richard with 5. Carl Hofer with 5. John Bowie, 4. Peter Snoblin, 2. Will Fowler and Chris Wilson, 1 point apiece. Matches the official record. Not gaining a lot of headroom on this field anymore, but Baker has certainly put in one heck of an effort today and will certainly be on his way to a victory today. You're chasing 2, have been working together finally here. They've made progress on the leader, and they've certainly have left the field behind, much like our leader has. Yeah, one of the officials pointing out, maybe we can give him a cupcake if he doesn't quite catch, as a reward for the effort. That's a good point. Andy Baker crossing the line. There's our chasers communicating cooperatively, still working in a really good rhythm together. I have to admit, that's a great duo. The field's sort of bunched up right now in the home straight. Not a whole lot of chase out of them, as Baker seems to be kind of gaining ground again. And there it is. The bell's ringing at 1 to go. Our final sprint, the 10 points likely going to Mr. Baker. These two will be going for 6 and 4 points each. Figure out how they sprint that one out. The nice move from the field here is Chris Wilson's going to go underneath in the sprinter's lane as the bell's ringing. 2 lines kind of fighting over each other. This is only for 2 points. We'll see how that one gets sorted out as we come back around to them at the end of the race. Andy Baker already sitting up. He knows he's got this one. 10 more points for Baker. The Broadmark Realty team and the national colors. Number 4, proud to represent his team. Number 23 with a very fast last lap. Pulls ahead of Kaiser for 6. Henry Kaiser for 4. And out of the field, that's Bowie, number 3. For Liquid Velo with a great last sprint to end the race. All right, sprinters, round 3. Let's get it going. Round 3 of the sprinters. Reminder to bring your holders as we get into this third round. Our first heat should check in. Number 32, number 11, number 424. Adrian Parker was out there cheering on for Andy to lap the field. Not able to quite do it, but still an incredible effort for him as he pulls away from the field for basically 2/3 of that race. A 20-lap solo effort for him. And in their third and final round against one another, you got Billy Rudnick, number 32. 424 is Kevin Van Hallebeck, and number 11, Ann Petruccio. Number 19 and number 220 are coming up next. That's Waterman and Snobelin on deck. Stan Douglas and J.C. Pyle follow them. Our group of three on the track right now, going down the back straight behind the lead of Rudnick in the blue. Pulling alongside is Kevin Van Hallebeck in that yellow jersey. And Ann Petruccio happy to be in the back position currently behind both riders. Bells ringing, one to go. Van Hallebeck goes up to the rail. Petruccio watching both from the lower position. Rudnick will take the gap right down the middle and find his way down to the sprinter's lane before either other rider can get there and respond. Rudnick trying to find three in a row out of the group here. It's actually, as I'm looking at our YouTube channel, I see the Kieran Racing panel that we posted this past off-season. Billy Rudnick, number 32, making an appearance there as experienced racer in our region, and certainly with that experience was willing to share it. So you can check out that video with him and some of our other speedsters, including our record setter Andrew Karlberg, Coach Taylor Crane, national class talent, all on a Kieran Racing panel on the YouTube channel. You can find that at JB Velodrome is the channel name. Some great information in there. Here we go into our next round of, or next heat, excuse me, of the sprint. Diane Snobelin, 220 on the outside. Number 19 is Eric Waterman in the inside lane. On deck is Stanley Douglas and J.C. Pyle. Up next after them, good 13 and 30. That's Daniel Tomko and Andrew Martin. If you're one of those 25 out there watching right now on the stream, we'd really appreciate it if you would swipe down a little bit and hit that thumbs up button real fast on the video. That does a lot of good for us, as well as hit that subscription button while you're already there. If you are anyone in the track cycling world, we hope you appreciate the quality of what we're doing around here in terms of broadcasting and bringing this out to folks all across the world. We're really proud of our velodrome and the type of programs we offer here, so we like to share it with people. We hope you do too. With the bell ringing, it's Waterman inching out of the sprinter's lane. Very protective over the right shoulder, kind of moving up and down. No sprint engaged, so the track is still theirs to maneuver around as they'd like. Hesitation from Waterman as he heads down the back straight. Snowballen now still on his wheel. Waterman has to compel here to just keep on at his top speed. They'll come side by side as they hit the home straight. Not a ton of advantage for Snowballen as she was already kind of on the rear wheel. Oh, in a head-to-head match, Diane on the outside will over-accelerate and takes the match sprint. We're looking for Tomko and Martin to the ready area. Oh. No, you're not. I can read. Gilchrist and Martin. My apologies. I've got kind of just like a smattering of numbers to read through here. Okay, so on the track right now, we've got Stan Douglas in the blue on the left, in the middle part of the track. So right now, JC Pyle and Stan Douglas on track. On deck, we have bib 305, Peter Gilchrist, taking on bib 30, Andrew Martin. Looking for those in the ready area. They're followed by bib 36, Timothy Luther, taking on number 13, Tomko. It's Douglas in the lead spot. Stanley looking on either side of him, just trying to keep track of where JC is as JC dances happily on the rear wheel. Nice move down the back straight for Douglas, who's been controlling the race from the front, trying to force JC to find that wheel and come around. Not able to put that together just yet. It's still Stanley from the front that takes that matchup. So 305 and 30 now checking in. Last call for number 30 is Peter Gilchrist and Andrew Martin to the line, or to the ready area. All right, so we had one no-show for one of our heats. We're jumping down to, this is Tim Luther along the rail, number 36 in the black. The rider in blue next to him, number 13 for Center Cycles, is Daniel Tomko. On deck is Stephen McLaughlin and John Bowie. They're followed by Andrew Karlberg and Alex Siegel. After that round we'll wrap up the round then, and we'll bring back out Cat 4 men for the points race before running our sprinters only Kieran. Nice move down the back straight as Tim Luther comes over and out the right-hand side. Tom goes in pursuit, trying to catch back on to the speed of Tim Luther. Not able to quite put it together. As number 36, with a powerful move, holds on to the lead and takes this matchup in a great sprint. In the all-black of the Bike Central Barbara Vet team out of Portland, Steve McLaughlin, bib number 1. And the black and green for Liquid Velo, number 3, John Bowie. Another fun matchup here between these two, and their last round of this round robin format for the sprinters. Still Bowie, number 3 at the lead spot. McLaughlin closing the gap between the two of them as they make a halfway mark around on this first lap. As the bell's ringing, the position gets a little bit tighter. Side by side, lots of room to the right for McLaughlin, but that's not the way you want to go. He wants to go left. He has just enough lane to do so. He swaps underneath. We've seen this move a few times already. Boxing in. McLaughlin liking the inside position. Doesn't want to be out and behind. He wants to control. And as he sits down in that lower spot, he's going to keep it as high as he can for as long as he can. Keeping Bowie up on the hill. Now McLaughlin gets the shorter lane. If he wants to take the sprinter's lane, he has it. It's his. Not really committed to the lane just yet. Now he finds it. Bowie and McLaughlin in a close matchup. A great sprint for those two. It is Bowie with just enough to hold on for that one. And our final heat in this final round of the round robin, it'll be Andrew Karlberg, number 12, for the Coefficient of Speed team, taking lane 1. For the Broadmark Realty team, with some dad moments on the line here. That's nice. Number 42, it's Alex Siegel. And the whistle signaling the start. These two going head to head here, not racing in the same kits now, but have been teammates previously. The speed of both riders has been on show before here today. Should be a good matchup here in our final round of the sprints. Coming up next is the Cat 4 men. See many of them already ready to start for their points race. Karlberg, number 12, takes the front spot. I've mentioned it each time just because it's fun to highlight it while we're still here talking about it. I wanted to endorse either rider more than the other, but it was Andrew Karlberg to set the track record today. Our fastest time ever at the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome in the flying 200 meter. So out of pure speed, Karlberg has figured out something. He's got some incredible power here at the track. We'll see what Alex Siegel's got dialed up for his strategy and his approach. Right now, he finds himself against the rail with the line in front of him open and no way to go left without backing off or speeding up. So not a lot of access to the sprinter's lane. As Karlberg dives, he's got sort of a fake acceleration. He pulls back up. Both riders using the bank here to kind of dance and move. Karlberg down, Siegel above. Alex Siegel coming up to top speed as it comes side by side. No advantage to the second rider. The shorter lane's got the advantage now. Does Siegel have enough speed to catch up to Karlberg? Karlberg's got the better overall top speed. Karlberg will hold on in a great sprint side by side. Two true sprinters to making it fast and fun right to the line. Cat 4 men to the rail, please. Points race is good to go. In our last big group race today, our Cat 4 men going out for a points race. We'll get that started here shortly. The Kieran to follow for the sprinters. And we're rolling out for the neutral lap in this points race, our final big group race today on our special session of the July 4th afternoon racing. And now it sounds like we've got Andy Baker, and Chase is going to bring him on for a few questions here. Chase, send it to you.
All right, Nate, so we have Andy Baker, who just won our men's points race. So, and we saw a pretty big move from you there, just kind of going for it. What was going through your head when you made that jump?
Well, so I took it easy in the first 2 sprints, and I got no points in those, and I knew I had a lot of room to make up. I thought I had a chance of taking the sprint that I went for, and managed to just barely close it down. When I looked back, I saw a gap, and I said, hey, might as well just go. I kept on it for a couple of laps, hoping that they would just let me take the lap and have an easy time. And then apparently they didn't. So I just had to stay out there.
All right, and is this a strategy you'd recommend to people, or was this just kind of a one-time thing?
No, so I definitely advertised that I was planning on racing like an idiot today, and I think I followed through on that.
All right, and I guess as a prize for the idiocy, you were promised a cake if you lapped the field, and you didn't quite make it, but Cadence has a very beautifully decorated handmade cupcake for you. So let's have a round of applause for Andy Baker.
Thank you.
Really, we're putting our hands together for racing like an idiot. Yeah. Down the back straight, our Cat 4 men are in the middle of this points race, a couple laps in. The first bell will be at 13 to go, so they got a little bit more before they'll get that in this 4x4 points race. Coming up after this, our last event today will be a Kieran for the sprinters. I was told that we should communicate some way or another. If you're planning, if you did just sprint but you're not doing the Kieran, you probably should let somebody know. We want to make sure we're actually ready to run this Kieran effectively, so please confirm. Down the back straight, our field all still together and awaiting this first bell. This will be a Kieran in the Nationals style, by the way, so we are asking for you to bring a holder. This will be a more standard Kieran that we're used to on the national level, so please bring holders for the Kieran. Bell's ringing, first points. Next time around, 5-3, 2-1 to the leaders. 4:35, David Magnuson at the lead of the group for the Jerry Baker Jr.'s team, looking around to see who's coming next. Look out for something epic as the East Portland youth cycling team is sending at least one rider towards the front now. Magnuson has been very strong today in this field as he continues to hold on in his position from the sprinter's lane. David putting together one heck of a day today. Can he hold on for 5? Here comes JC Pyle to challenge him. Pyle for 5, I believe. Magnuson for 3. Newman 2, and Hampson 1 unofficially. So a little wrong in the call there. It's Gavin Newman for 1, Jack Hampson for 2, David Magnuson for 3, and JC Pyle for 5. You're the race leader after 1 sprint. The riders with points have sort of formed a break here as they've pulled things apart. The field's gotten a little smaller with everyone else trying to chase back on to our 5 that have now organized and are trying to keep pace at the front. Patrick Sheedy, number 442, makes his way up and around the group. It's Magnuson looking like he's trying to keep the train rolling, but as he looks between the legs trying to get a good look at what's behind him, the field's kind of all right there. In fact, pretty much all fully recombined as they hit turn 4. And with Magnuson slowing down, the field will go a bit wide. Bell's ringing again already for our second point sprint. David's at the front. He's got J.C. Pyle, the current race leader, on his wheel, number 418. Flanking them both is Hampson's trying to find a position for this sprint. From the front, Magidson again. He came today to really show some speed and overall intensity from this young rider. J.C. Pyle found his wheel, though. Here comes Jack trying to get back in on it. In the home straight, it's still Magnuson on the front. Jack Hampson looking powerful here. Oh, not quite enough speed. David reaccelerated for 5. Hampson for 3. Pyle for 2. And Newman for 1. And my math should line up, as I've got unofficially our leader is David Magidson with 8. In second is J.C. Pyle with 7. In third is Jack Hampson with 5. In fourth is Gavin Newman with 2. And those numbers do line up. I'm so proud of myself. J.C. Pyle, the rider in second overall, on the front of the lineup, pulls up and out of the way. Hampson now takes the front spot. Currently a rider sitting in third place with 5. Race leader David Magidson with 8 sits on the front now. That's the group just now hitting the home straight with 4 in a straight line. Bell's ringing for points next time. 2 sprints left. Race leader looking over the right-hand shoulder, seeing if everybody's coming. Not yet. The sprint's kind of holding off. Good sprint here coming around the corner with Magidson still holding on to the front spot. Newman flying high, almost able to take the lead away. It's David for 5, Newman for 3, Pyle for 2, and 1 for Hampson this time. Only 1 sprint remains, and I got Magidson in the lead now with 13. I have J.C. Pyle in second with 9. In third is Hampson with 6, and in fourth with 5 is Newman. That matches the official record. Our leader ahead by a pretty healthy amount. Still could change at the lead if he's somehow at the back of the last sprint and J.C. Pyle wins it. But between third and fourth place, between Newman and Hampson, is only 1 point separating the two. So the final sprint certainly will break the tie there. Two to go. The field organizing a bit and trying to close things down, as actually the riders in the chase have formed a nice pace line and are starting to close down on the leaders. Okay, if we got 9 thumbs up on the in here, and you got 22 in the live chat right now. So if everybody went in there right now and hit that thumbs up, we'd be in a better spot than we are right now. Speaking of what's going on here at the track, thumbs up to this final sprint, our last today for the Cat 4s. JC Pyle says, if I can get the big 10, unchallenged. Look at this sprint. JC had one more big one ready to go. He's warmed up. And this is going to be 10 points for the rider in that leader's jersey for his category. Pyle for 10. Newman going against Magidson. Whoa, what a sprint for 6 points. Magidson for 6, Newman for 4, I believe, and Hampson will get 2. That should put Newman into third. I am pretty certain that based on that last sprint that Pyle wins, because I think he ends in a tie with Magidson and beats him based on finishing in front of him. So JC unofficially, by my call, the winner of the race in a tiebreak. So that's pretty exciting. All sprinters that want to compete in a Kieran are going to come down to the entrance of the warm-up circle where Andrew's waving to organize for the Kieran if you would like to participate in one. Sprinters, if you want to race a Kieran today, come on over to Andrew over by the entrance into the warm-up circle so we can get it set up and organized. We'll have at least a few minutes to set that up. I'll take a quick breather off the microphone here, and we'll be back in a little bit with a Kieran of some sort once we get ourselves organized and figure out exactly how we want to run it. Sounds like we have a field of 9 sprinters ready to do a Kieran here shortly. We'll get things set up on the warm-up circle and bring them out onto the track shortly. Drawing for position, you can kind of see that if you're on the stream now down along the sidelines of the preparation. Get our riders in order before and get them lined up in the warm-up circle. And then bring them on for one heat of Kieran racing. All right, our sprinters came out for 3 rounds in a round robin. They said, you know what, let's just do one more. Let's throw this Kieran together. We got 9 riders competing in today's Kieran. 4 laps on the track. Final lap and a half will be without the pacer. At the front is Steve McLaughlin. Bib number 1 right behind him is Eric Waterman for Dyna Racing, number 19. Number 13 for the Center Cycles, Daniel Tomko is the blue rider in the 3rd spot. The other blue rider right behind him is Stan Douglas, number 360. Number 42 is Alex Siegel. Number 12, Andrew Karlberg. 220 is Diane Snobelin. Number 3, John Bowie. And then finally, Kevin Van Hellebeck is bib number 424 at the end of the lineup. Another full lap of accelerating from the lead bike. And we'll let him sprint things out and see how it turns out. Down the back straight. The nice little bell ring from the lead bike, and here it goes. It's McLaughlin on the lead, and he'll take off. He's got big acceleration from the front up and out of the saddle. McLaughlin with a big opening lead. 1 to go. It's 1 to go. Big gap open up for the rider out of Portland as the Shark is just way out there. Here comes the move from the middle of the field. Bowie's trying to get back up to McLaughlin's position. McLaughlin's lost a little bit of speed. Siegel's got covering distance and big acceleration. The rider number 42 trying to catch back on the Portland rider. It's going to be Siegel coming around the outside. Siegel flying high, number 42. Over the Shark. And Bowie comes in 3rd again, bib number 3. Nice. And with that, I think I can finally say we've made it to the end of our program today, and we so appreciate everybody making it out. Thank you to all for supporting our riders if you're here cheering them on, and of course to the athletes themselves for a fun hangout on this 4th of July. However you choose or don't choose to celebrate today, we appreciate you coming here. Hope you have a safe and fun rest of your holiday. Thanks to our staff and support folks for coming on. Our new camera person, Chase, for stepping up and doing such a great job and helping get those great interviews today and some of those great shots of the racing action. And, of course, our volunteers and our officiating crew for helping make today safe and well organized. We so appreciate all of their efforts. You want to hang out for a little bit? The beverage garden is still open for a little longer here. Postdoc Brewing and Locust Ciders still open. And last chance for the bake sale if anyone wants to take something home sweet from the velodrome here. Raise some money for our programs by picking up a sweet item at the tent behind the building. Thank you to everybody once again. It's been such a pleasure to host you here, and we look forward to seeing you again for more great racing at the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome.
Co-ed Madison, I need you. Team USA. Fount got 3rd. Who is 2nd? Oh, come on. Who got 2nd? It wasn't me. Kenny? Were you guys 2nd? Okay, get up here. All right, let's go women's field. Overall, we need Diane, Kelly, please, and Hillary. All right, then 1, 2, 3, Omnium. Two, three, Audium is Andy, John, and Brandon. And our Cat 4s, I believe it's David, Jack, and Gavin. I gotta look at the order. David, Jack, and Gavin. I was right. Get up here. Where's the Portland boys? And some sort of sprinter podium? Is there a sprinter podium? We don't know. Yeah, Alex, get up there. You'll get something for the Kieran. We'll just put podium Kieran. Who got first, second, third in the Kieran?